Hello and welcome to our 276th live stream. One ring to rule them all. Joseph style. This is a reference to our Monday video where Joseph in Genesis 41 verse 42 receives a signet ring, linen garments, and a chain of gold. And if you want to see how Joseph ends up ruling them all, go and see that video on Monday. Okay, well, we want to thank you here for joining us tonight. We have got a little bit of channel news here. If I don't manage to throw everything about all over the place on my desk here, which is not guaranteed. We want to pitch tonight our Lord of Steel and Sky book, which today actually won a bunch of awards. The outside, I'm throwing stuff all over the place, aren't I? Okay, Lord of Steel and Sky won a set of awards from the Outstanding Creator Awards Summer 2026. It took 10 awards. It took second place award for action and adventure books, third place for fantasy, first place for science fiction, sci-fi, second place for technology and emerging technologies, and then it won a bunch of category awards. An honorable mention for best world building, an award for best character, which was Alicia Stripes. It got an honorable mention. It got another honorable mention for best character with Sarah 0017. It got an award for best villain for Care Pouty, an honorable mention. It got an award for best dynamic duo, and it took the winner's spot for that. Alicia Stripes and Yuri, so the two together won the best duo award. And then finally, it got a coolest character award for Alicia Stripes, Yuri, and Care Pouty. In all cases, honorable mentions. So, if you have not yet purchased that book, please do so. So now book 3 is an award-winning book too. So that's really awesome. Okay, so that's our pitch for the night here. So we're going to get into the channel rules and get right into the questions. Channel rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority. No surprise there. Doesn't mean we take your question. Doesn't mean we recognize your question. Non-super chat questions, we do allow them, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of them so that we know it's directed to us. But does not mean we will take that question. There's many reasons why we don't take a non-super chat. So if you don't, you're free to repost it the next time, but it doesn't mean we'll take it. Only post non-super chats once. If you post it more than once, we'll disqualify the question for the night. Question spamming is not allowed. We're really hard about that. If it's something from the Bible, we do need some context, so please give us what book it's from, what chapter and what verse. That way we can narrow it down to properly address your question. We do allow people to sponsor non-super chats, but we ask that you copy the question into the super chat. That way we don't have to hunt for it. It just makes life it's so much easier for us. And finally, one question per chat. No question stacking. If you stack questions, that's not fair to anyone. We're just going to take the first one, regardless of whether it's a non-super chat or a super chat. Just because it's just not fair if we do otherwise. So, with that said, let's get into the questions. Okay, so first question here is going to be from Justin Rhino. In Matthew 1:25, what does the word until mean in the Hebrew context? Okay, let's pull that up because the text here is really important. Now, normally we use the New American Standard when we do this kind of work, but we're going to use a different translation just because the exact syntax of this is super important. Matthew 1:25. Is 1:25? Okay, 1:25. All right. Okay. Now again, I am using the in this particular case, I'm going to use the ESV here instead of the NASV because there's a really important detail here that the ESV captures that the NASB doesn't. And that's going to play into what does until mean. Okay? And as I said, Justin Ryan asks in Matthew 1:25, what does the word until mean in the Hebrew context? All right, we'll take it from verse 24. When Joseph woke from sleep, he did as the angel of the Lord commanded him. He took his wife, but knew her not until she had given birth to a son. All right, and that's the important bit. Knew her not until she had given birth to a son. Now, this is not something that is specific to Hebrew. It's actually a universal across all languages. Until is a very, very interesting preposition. The meaning of until is slightly different if... Now, let's break this down. When you've got a sentence with until, you have what's called a protasis and a apodosis. The protasis is what happens before the preposition. The apodosis is what happens after the preposition. With the preposition until, there is actually a slightly different nuance if the protasis has a negation as opposed to if it doesn't. And this is what's really interesting about this verse. Okay? Now, exegetes are really clear about what it means to know her. Know her in a biblical sense. In the Hebrew, that would be yada, to know. And it's not just to know something intellectually. It can mean to know someone sexually. It's a euphemism. Exegetes are absolutely unanimous about this across the board. That to know can mean to know someone sexually. Okay, now, this is where things get interesting. If this protasis was just in the positive, let's say she drank cola until she learned about the health risks. That doesn't tell you exactly when she stopped. Okay? There is the potential for ongoing action after the until if the protasis does not have a negation. But interestingly enough, if there is a negation in the protasis, then it's an absolute stop. Like, for example, he did not stop killing people until he was arrested. Okay? That's an absolute stop. Okay? So when you've got a negation in the protasis, there's an immediate turn, an immediate opposition to what happened in the protasis. And this is something that's very particular. And it's not particular to Hebrew. It's particular to all languages. All languages do this. So it's not even a matter of what happens in the Greek context, Hebrew context here. This is really a full breaks. It's like,
You see Dark Blade's gonna.
no, I didn't. Let me just pull that up here. Darkblade says, "Stay with me until the American paramedics arrive. Does not imply that the hero can go ahead and die after, as far as the speaker is concerned." Mm. But doesn't mean he didn't die. That's the problem. Okay? Whereas if the guy says, "Don't leave me until the paramedics will arrive," that has a very different connotation. So the fact that in the Greek text we have a negation in verse 25 puts a completely different spin on this passage. It removes ambiguity. Greek word most I Greek may have had many words for until, but they meant the same thing until they did. But the negation of the protasis puts a hard stop on it. And again, this is true of all languages. So the problem is if you've got a positive protasis, a protasis without a negation, there's room for ambiguity. If you put a negation in the protasis, there's no room for ambiguity. That is what's at issue here, is how much ambiguity is in this. In many respects, this is the killer verse to the perpetual virginity of Mary. It is absolutely the killer verse. It's the verse that drives a stake into that doctrine and leaves it for dead. So, if you've got until there, and you have a positive protasis, then you can probably argue for some ambiguity. But if you have a negation of that protasis, then there's no room for ambiguity. So, because the fact is that until itself means not till. So, because until means not till, you have he knew her not till she had given birth to a son. Yeah, the sort of the double negation there turns that into an absolute positive. So,
Ryan has a follow-up
yeah.
question. How do the Roman Catholics try to get around?
Ryan Concap goes, how do Roman Catholics try to get around this verse? They try to argue that there is this is a non-restrictive until. They argue that well, you know, she he didn't know her and continued not to know her after she gave birth to a son. That's how they argue this. That the indefinite until. There's an indefinite until that they're going to argue for, that, okay, he didn't know her, but he continued not to know her after she gave birth to his son. That's really, how do I say this? Straining the gnat. It doesn't make sense syntactically. It doesn't make sense linguistically. But that's what they're going to argue. They're going to argue that this is an indefinite until. They're going to make something up here. They're going to make up a syntax.
And it's also not necessary for.
Yeah, it's not necessarily theologically, but they're going to torture, as Mama says, you can torture a verse into saying anything. Yeah, and that's what they're going to say. They're going to torture this as an indefinite until. They're going to make up a piece of grammar. They're going to make this up. They're going to make up a piece of grammar to make this work. So yeah, I'm not buying it. I don't think any proper grammarian would buy this. So the perpetual until of Mary. The perpetual until.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the best I've heard it.
yeah, I'm just not. I don't buy that argument. Yeah, I don't. There's no such thing as an indefinite until. If anything, the one thing about until as a preposition is it's punctiliar. It's not indefinite. There's no way you can make until indefinite in this particular context. It's just you can't make it indefinite, because it does mean not till. There's an actual chronological point of time within the actual preposition. Not till. There you got it before the till and you got the after the till. But you still got the till. Mom Papa, our perpetual, a lady of perpetual until. Ouch, yeah. That's just. Whoa. Good times. Good times. Okay, so I think we've beaten that one to death. Andrew Graham, pesky little details again. Ryan Concap, it depends on your definition of until is. That's how the Catholics play this game. Okay. John says, I never bought the Catholic argument either. Thanks for fully explaining this. Now I understand it. Yeah, well. Okay, let's see here. Ed Wilson says, I'll be permanently moving to Italy after tomorrow. Oh, awesome. Have a good time. I know that Dr. Falk never traveled there, but is there any must-go places as someone who wants to be a Bible scholar should visit there? Yes, there is. Visit Turin. There's a Turin Museum of Egyptology there that is absolutely fantastic. Go there. Do that. Turin. And then go to Naples and stuff yourself silly on pizza and seafood. Okay? Yeah, I'd love to go to Italy. Italy is one of the places I did not go to while I was in Europe. I wish I had. But yeah, absolutely go to Turin. Go to Naples just to enjoy the scenery and the food and all that. Yeah, you can always go to try sneaking to the Vatican Library.
Oh, talk about.
That's where that's what I would do, is I try to sneak into the Vatican Library. But yeah, if you're going to be in Italy, visit the Turin Museum of Egyptology. There's some really cool stuff there.
Yeah, Sistine Chapel, obvious answer. That would be amazing to see in person.
Okay, next one here. Next question is from Doc Hogan. You've discussed drinking in Israelite culture. How would that apply to moderns who are in recovery, for example, 12-step program? Did anything like drunkards vowing sobriety exist in the Old Testament or New Testament? Yes. We got to keep in mind one thing though. Um, Alcoholism in Canaan and Israel was an upper class problem. It wasn't a lower class problem. Um, while the lower class did sort of hover on the edge of sobriety, um, it was really the upper class that had access to undiluted wine that was really had the problem with sobriety. Okay,
It's hard to get drunk.
it's hard to get drunk on watered down wine. It's hard to get drunk on the beer of the day. Um, Basically, what people drank to get drunk was undiluted red wine. That's what they got drunk on. So,
Which is kind of why it was reserved for things like
Yeah.
weddings.
drunkards were not poor people. Okay, drunkards in the ancient Near East were not poor. They're your upper class people who could afford constant inebriation. There was no distilled spirits back then. Okay, people did not have distilled spirits back then. That's not something that comes into.
They have potatoes.
Well, they didn't have potatoes for vodka, but they also didn't distill wine either. The distilling process doesn't take place until around the 10th century AD. So it's really something that you don't find in ancient Near Eastern culture. All the references to drunkenness have to do with consuming excessive amounts of wine. So, no, there was no cordial back then either. So it's an upper class problem. Okay? So, if you did have that propensity to drink excessive amounts, yes, there were those who did take vows of sobriety in both the Old Testament and the New Testament. Some of them became Nazarenes, some of them just vowed off of alcohol. We have records of priests who vowed off alcohol because it was impairing their judgment. So
With
they were given a pass at Passover. Okay, so in the case of, say, Passover, they couldn't participate fully in Passover, but they were allowed to sort of bypass the entire sort of social drunkenness thing. So, I'm going to take that here. Common Lurker says wine had a lot of pulp and grain skims back then too, or sulfur. That doesn't make it less alcoholic. That makes it more alcoholic. Okay? There's this myth that goes around that if you include pulp, grape skins, stems in alcohol, that it makes wine less alcoholic. It doesn't. It makes it more alcoholic. Because there's a process called secondary fermentation. And if you know anything about wine brewing, there's something called brewing on the skin or brewing on the stem. Okay? What happens is that if you brew on the stem, there's actually extra bacteria on the wine skins and the stems, that if you brew it on the stems, that it will actually bump up the amount of wine, of alcohol, by about 2.5%. And the reason why is it because those particular bacteria convert oligosaccharides into alcohol. These are sugars that are normally indigestible by yeast, but they are digestible into secondary components by other bacteria that the yeast then convert into ethanol. So, uh, so having the wine and the pulp and the grape skins and the stems in there makes this stuff more potent, not less. How do I know this? Because I've done it. I've made one on the stem, and it is much more potent. When I made the port, so I made the wine on the stem to distill the brandy to turn into port. Yeah, so it works. Okay, next question here. Wait, I'll get this here. Unknown Quantity asks, or Quality asks, how much would someone from that area have to drink before getting drunk? I would say the equivalent of about 75 milliliters, maybe a liter. About the same as today. One of the things about the yeast back then is they were less aggressive. So if they had fermented on the stem, they would have gotten the equivalent alcohol content of a modern wine today. So kind of think of it this way. If you drink a bottle of wine today, you're going to get pretty sauced. About the same back then, too.
So you have to drink a whole bottle to get.
Yeah, you have to drink a whole bottle to get drunk. But back then, too, if you're doing Passover, that was easily done. 3 glasses of wine, 3 glasses of wine minimum, and plus anything else you drank during that time. Getting drunk by Passover was really a common thing.
Used to the modern day Passovers where they give you like, you know, half-inch.
You were at the Olive Tree Passovers. Those were full glasses. You just didn't drink them.
No, but then I'm not Jewish.
You're not Jewish either, so
I'm not obligated.
you were obligated to drink them.
Like alcohol as a food.
Ed Wilson's asks, what do you think of wine being served in the Lord's Supper, regardless of it being symbolic of presence, etc.? Is generally grape juice acceptable from a historical and theological point of view? I don't have a problem with people substituting wine with grape juice or Coca-Cola. I don't have a problem with this. I know there are liturgical or ecclesiastical or denominational restrictions on this. Some denominations say you have to have grape somehow, somewhere in the Lord's Supper. I'm not so hard and fast on that. I mean, as far as I care, you could use wine, you can use grape juice, you can use Coca-Cola, you can use holy water. I don't think it matters that much. So I know in Mexico they use Coca-Cola because the water you can't drink and wine's too expensive. So I don't have an opinion here, but oh yeah, Coca-Cola. People have used Coca-Cola in the Lord's Supper. It's been done.
It would kill people if they used local wines.
Yeah, there's some people who can't tolerate the local wines. Yeah. So, they're, again, it's just one of those things where, it's not meant to be, it's not sacrilegious. It's just what they have that they can safely use for communion. Okay. Hey, the haystack asks, did Noah get drunk after the flood because of loss of life? No, no. He got drunk because he grew a vineyard and collected grapes and collected the grape juice and found out he got intoxicated naturally from the grape juice. Which you take any grape juice and you just let it sit out there and it turns in wine into 3 days. Lickety split. This is not because of loss of life. He just discovered this. You know, it's like kind of like the Canadian saying here, the first time's not a war crime. Well, the first time is not it's not a sin to get drunk. The haystack. Oh, so that was new. Yeah. That's exactly what Noah was experiencing was, oh, I just I just I just got sauced here by drinking this grape juice. Huh. Interesting. Funny that. Yeah, good to know. Bomb Papa. Communion with bourbon barrel stout might be interesting. Um it probably wouldn't be as bad as you think. Okay. I can think of worse things to have communion with, honestly.
The whole point is, are you trying to honor God?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Mexicans use Coca-Cola because for drinking water and
Yeah, the Mexicans use Coca-Cola because of poor sanitation and poverty. The Orthodox will feed their little kids wine. Real wine.
Catholics usually use very good wine.
Ed Wilson's Ready to Harvest made a video about it, from churches that are very strict in including grape and alcohol during sacraments to churches that allowed you pretty much anything, even chocolate. Yeah. Oh yeah. Church restrictions, denominational restrictions of this are all across the board. All of this is going to depend upon your particular denominational restrictions. Okay, next one here. So yes, there were people who took vows against drunkenness in the Old Testament and New Testament, but it was generally an upper class problem. So take that for what it is. Next question here, or comment, I should say, from 501 Mobius. What is telling is some ABR videos have comments turned off. Many of ABR's videos have comments turned off. They don't like opposition. ABR hates opposition. They don't want to recognize that there's opposition. The best way to not recognize opposition is to not allow it in the first place. So yeah, it's just one of those things where ABR is just not going to allow anyone to contradict them, so they don't allow anyone to contradict. And that way they can say, well, there's no opposition to what we say. Huh. We don't see any opposition. No one has ever commented on our videos to oppose it. Nobody has commented on our lectures because we usher them out. So there's no opposition. Funny how that works. Mama goes, ABR turns off their comments. L move. Yeah, well, that's a thing. Raging Smurf says, is it perhaps because people are more well armed thanks to a certain Canadian evidentialist? Could be. Could be. Yeah, so they are not gonna they don't like any sort of opposition, so they just turn off the comments. All right. Next one here is Justin the Rhino, who asks, what are the chances of founding a church that replicates the original founded church, the Way, and have only doctrines that are founded fully on only true beliefs based on the apostolic era? About 0 to none. Okay.
Messy.
You're not going to be able to do this. This is not something we can do anymore. Not in any reasonable way. Okay. There are two problems here with trying to create a church that's just like the apostolic church. Okay. One is going to be the orthopraxis, the other is going to be the orthodoxy. Okay. Both are going to present huge problems. Okay. The orthopraxis, to create a church that looks like the apostolic church, you basically have to get rid of all the pews and the pulpit and the room. Okay? You're going to meet in a small little room. The teacher is going to sit on a stool, which is not comfortable, and everyone else sits on the floor. That's your early church orthopraxis lies. Okay? Now, when it comes to the Lord's Supper, everyone brings their own. It's a bring your own Lord's Supper kind of deal. Okay?
Bring your own bread.
Bring your own bread and wine. And this is going to cause problems, because it did for them. It's going to cause problems for you. Because some guys are going to bring in lots of bread, lots of meat, because the Lord's Supper originally was a full meal. It wasn't just a ritual thing. It wasn't a wafer. People brought full meals to the Lord's Supper. They brought meat, they brought bread, they brought wine, they brought vegetables, and the rich would eat first and get drunk and disorderly. And this was a problem for the early church. Quite the problem for the early church, because the rich would come because they didn't have to work. They would eat all the food, drink all the wine, and the poor would come in and have nothing. Raging Smurf says, I recall Paul lambasting people for gorging themselves while others go hungry. Yeah. And they didn't just gorge themselves. They got stinking drunk in church.
They were gluttons.
They were gluttonous.
And gluttony is where you take so much food somebody else goes hungry.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They
It was
sinned.
bad.
They used the Lord's Supper to sin.
Yeah. They used the Lord's Supper to sin. And it was awful. So when people say they want to go back to the old churches, are you sure? Okay, you want to do that? Okay, now then you go back to the true beliefs based upon the apostolic era. Well, what are those? Okay, well, you had the idea that Jesus is God, the Spirit is God, and the Father is God, and God is one. But you have no reconciliation. There's no Trinity. Trinity was not yet reconciled among the two beliefs. So you got to forego any idea of Trinitarian doctrine. You've got to forego soteriology. There's no soteriology. There's no doctrine of atonement. Because here's the one thing we have to keep in mind, that it's the action of the Holy Spirit revealing the church into all truth. That didn't stop at the apostolic era. That continued on throughout the history of the church. So if you stop your beliefs at the apostolic era, you are excluding the action of the Holy Spirit through the history of the church. So, um,
Yeah, is it something you really want to do?
you don't want to do this. This is nuts. So anyone who says that they want to found a church exactly like the apostles doesn't know what they're talking about.
Don't leave out the persecution.
Oh yeah, you need some persecution too. Yeah.
They met in the little tiny home churches. No,
Yeah.
no mega churches.
No mega churches, home churches only. Yeah.
Because if you're found, you lose your life.
Mm-hmm.
You die horribly.
Yeah. No, there's anyone who thinks they want a original church just like the apostles had doesn't know what they're talking about.
The match didn't like that in my hands.
In fact, there's even in the first book of part of the act in the first chapter of Acts where they meet, and there's strife in the early church, lots of strife in the early church. It was not one big happy family, all shared in common, but there was strife. Holy crow, there was strife. You didn't know who, I mean, the apostles were going, well, are we serving tables? Is that what we're supposed to do? Or are we supposed to pray and guide the believers? So, yeah, it was not an easy go for the apostolic church. So I think it's really important that we don't romanticize the apostolic church, because the apostolic church didn't have all their ducks in a row. They didn't have it together.
What they basically were was a Jewish temple with their Messiah.
Yeah.
In its early stages.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it's really terrifying. It terrifies me when people try to say. Now, I think, look, if you want to emulate an early church, possible. It's possible to emulate an early church. But one of the apostolic era, no way. Not happening. This is one of my criticisms of many of the Orthodox who claim that the church has never changed since the apostles. Yeah, BS. BS. The church had dramatically changed in the first 500 years. Dramatically changed. No, anybody who claims that the Orthodox Church had not changed since the apostles doesn't know what they're talking about. They have no idea what they're talking about. There was so many changes back then. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Okay, that was fun. Let's move on to the next question. Justin Rhino asked the question: would you pursue an opportunity with Peterson Academy and do a course on the Exodus? Wes Huff did a course that I enjoyed. No, I wouldn't. Not because I'm against it, but because I wouldn't qualify. Okay, now let's talk about why it would be a problem for me to be a part of Peterson Academy. One, Jordan Peterson already has a course on the Exodus. It's duplication of effort. He wouldn't want that. And frankly, if I tried to force my way into that, that would just not be a good look. Second of all, Peterson Academy only enlists. It doesn't. You can't just go walk up to Jordan Peterson and say, hey, I want to join your academy. It doesn't work that way.
No.
You have to be famous already.
People can tell Peterson he ought to get.
Yeah. So, Udamiel says his Exodus series is weird. Last I listened to it, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Harry Stalker was, would David get invited to begin with? No, he wouldn't. You have to be really, really famous to be invited. And I'm not famous enough to be invited. So, Wes Huff has gotten a certain fame without substance that allowed him to get invited. You have to have that fame to even be noticed. Now, when Peterson mentioned that he was working on when he mentioned that he was working on a Exodus series, I did try to reach out to him, and I couldn't get in. I couldn't get through. So, Mama says, Doc, but you are the most interesting man in the world. Well, at least according to Dos Equus, I am. That was a joke. But yeah, you've got to be famous before Peterson before you even poke on Peterson's radar. But this is the thing, most of these guys, these high level people like Jordan Peterson and even guys like Josh Rogan, they're Joe Rogan, they're on the top of their game. They're not aware of anybody who's not in their radar. So you've got to pierce the clouds to get their attention. So CPM versus DOS. I can see you doing a Dos Equus commercial about raw milk. Hey, that stuff is too hot to handle. At least according to the dark web. Mama says circle quirk. Yeah. I know what you mean. Abe Matthew says, you're famous. This random Canadian living down in the States knows who you are. That's a strange thing. I can go to Cairo and be recognized. I can go to a city in the United States and be recognized. I have never been recognized in Canada. Never been recognized in Canada. Never been recognized in my hometown. It's just one of those things. It's like I'm famous everywhere but my hometown. So, Jordan Peterson's a Canadian. He doesn't know who I am. I'm fine with that. All right. What? Unknown quality. Dr. Falks once uppercut a horse. Its descendants are now known as giraffes. That wasn't me. That was my grandfather. My grandfather uppercut a Clydesdale. That happened. I think I shared the story once on a live stream. My grandfather bought a Clydesdale horse called Queen, and he tried to get it to pull a plow. A Clydesdale. Yeah. Big horse. Honorary horse. And my grandfather wasn't that tall. He was 5'4". And he got so angry with the horse that he uppercutted and knocked it out. Once they got the horse back on its feet, it pulled the plow. Did not want it to be uppercut again. Yeah, they're massive horses. And this one was very ornery. So I have never uppercut a horse, but my grandfather did.
CPM versus DOS. Oh no, it's real. He really did.
CPM versus DOS. Oh no, it's real. He really did.
Mom, oh my word, the jokes are becoming true.
Oh my gosh. Oh my word, the jokes are becoming true. The skeletons in the closet are just falling out. They're just falling out on the floor.
What's your grandfather? Sounds like it.
Raging Smurf. Was your grandpa Gimli? Well, Pierre Goulet is sort of styled after my granddad. Common Lurker, is this another piece of Dr. Folklore? Are we going to learn you were an equestrian too? No, I'm not an equestrian. Never was. I've never been on a horse, no. Dark Blade. Dr. Falk doesn't wear a watch. He decides what the time is. Andrew Graham. Dr. Falk needs to keep building closets for his skeletons. Laugh out loud. Unknown quality. Dr. Falk once challenged Clark Kent to a fight. The loser had to wear their underwear on the outside.
That's brilliant.
I haven't heard that one before either. All right, good times, good times. All right, next question here is from King Bubby. Are there any Egyptian texts you know of that might preserve surviving remnants of the Minoan language? None that I know of. There could have been texts that done that, but none of the ones that are extant today have any sort of remnants of Minoan that we know of. You know, you never know when there's going to be some that show up, but to my knowledge right now, there aren't any. So, hope that helps. Justin Rhino asks, why were the demons Jesus came in contact with seemed terrorized by his presence, but Satan seemed chill?
Interesting.
It's an interesting question, but there's actually a very good answer for that. The reason why is because of what they're particularly doing in terms of the boundaries. Okay? Now, the demons that Jesus came in contact with were generally possessing people. That's sort of stepping outside of the boundaries of what was allowed. So they were afraid of Christ because they knew they had overstepped the bounds. Okay? Satan, on the other hand, always was within the bounds of God's permissive will. So, you know, think of it this way. You have two people who are doing bad things. One's doing bad things outside of the law. The other one's doing bad things inside of the law. Okay? So, in the case of the demons, they're doing it outside of what God permits. So when they get caught, they get sent to the abyss. Satan doesn't get sent to the abyss because he's working inside the law, as it were, inside of what is permitted. Still doing bad things. Yeah, Raging Smurf has it right here. Legal tax evasion versus bank robbery. Basically, yeah. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. One's doing bank robbery, one's doing legal tax evasion. The demons are doing bank robbery, Satan's doing legal tax evasion. So, Ed Wilson asks, also, didn't Satan know Jesus was God from the start? That's a great question. So he approached Jesus more carefully since he knew the dangers of overstepping the boundaries. We don't know exactly what Satan knew. Now, Satan was a throned cherubim. He's over the throne. Now we know that the Father was on the throne. We don't know exactly where the other two persons of the Trinity were. Was the Holy Spirit on the throne? Was Christ on the throne? We don't know. So Satan may have had only access to the Father in his role as a throned cherubim. So we don't know exactly what Satan knew, how much he knew. We know he had some sort of ignorance as to what the master plan was. Otherwise, he would never have tried to get Christ killed. So there is sort of a boundary of ignorance there, but to what extent is what we debate. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Justin Rhino asks, are there any leafy greens you could wrap around a burger completely, preferably at least two types? Romaine lettuce is probably the number one. You can take a leaf of mature romaine lettuce and wrap it around a burger, no problem.
You can also put your burgers in.
Do you think of any other leafy green that would be good? I mean, bok choy might work. I don't know what would be another type that would really... I mean, for a lettuce wrap, it's usually some sort of either iceberg or romaine. I prefer romaine.
Yeah.
You could use bok choy. That would be another leafy green you could use. I wouldn't want to use kale. It's too bitter. But romaine is the leafy green of choice for burger wraps.
Yeah. And a lot of people will cut the burger in half so you get it.
Yeah. I don't cut the burger in half for that. I think because romaine will easily wrap around a burger. So
yeah, most maliciously truthful sets banana leaves with.
Raging Smurf, in the most maliciously truthful sense, banana leaves would apply to. Yeah, but they're kind of tough if you don't steam them. Banana leaves are edible, kind of, if you... Blanched chard, not large enough. Blanched chard isn't large enough to do a good wrap. It has to be large. That's the thing with a burger wrap, is they got to be large. So chard might work if you can get it big enough, but getting it big enough is the problem. Mustard greens maybe, but again, you kind of have to...
Dandelion leaves.
Too thin. Too thin. So yeah, I'd go with for a burger wrap, I would definitely go for the romaine lettuce and just leave it at that. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. Darkblade, is a super ancient Nephilim theory any meaningful amount better than the ancient aliens theory? No. No. I noticed that was it recently, what's his name again? Cross Ministries or whatever it's called. What's it called now? Oh, gotta look it up. Keep forgetting this guy's name, even though I've done a popcorn review of this. And of course, my browser has stalled. Frank Turek, yeah, has once again, cross-examined Frank Turek. Yeah, he's once again raised the mentioned Nephilim. Dude, no. No. Stop it. Frank, stop grifting. Stop grifting. Um Talking about Nephilim is not a serious discussion here. But we're back at it again. We're just back at it again. We keep going to the vomit. And the dog returns to the vomit. Mama says he really needs to stick to the gospel. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he's not good with anything else. He needs to stick to the gospel. All right. Moving on. Nathan Udon asks, if correspondence with kings of Jericho and Heshbon were found in the Hatzor's archive, would that not settle debate as to when they existed in late Bronze Age? It would help, certainly, but we haven't found the archive. So that's sort of a, if we do find it, that'd be great. If we don't, well, okay. Iron Knight here says, hey, Doc, guess when I got your Ark of the Covenant book? Hint, it starts with a B. I love the Bezalel story. While you describe an imaginative retelling, would Bezalel really have gone through all of this? Yeah, most likely, yeah. All of these things from his childhood to adulthood, even not being able to see his father till he was an adult. If so, that's so sad. Well, that's how sequestered craftsman communities worked. So if your dad took you to a craftsman community, bought you an apprenticeship, and you worked in that craftsman community, you were sequestered. A guard prevented you from going in and out of the community.
These were trade secrets.
These were trade secrets. And it's not just that. It's that these communities held tools owned by Pharaoh. Okay, these communities had bronze tools that were the property of the king. So they couldn't let you leave those communities because you might take those tools and sell them outside of the community, stealing from Pharaoh. That's why you weren't allowed to leave. It wasn't so much that you took the secrets out with you, it's you might take the tools out with you. So, Darkblade goes, would a literal slave be able to get an apprenticeship for his son? He probably wouldn't have the finances to do it. Nothing to prevent it if he had the money to do it. Chances are that he didn't have the money. You needed the money you had to bribe your way into an apprenticeship. And an apprenticeship wasn't cheap. We have one document that talks about somebody buying an apprenticeship for his son. And here's what they got. Okay? They got boxes and shoes and sets of clothing and dried meat and wine and all packed in the donkey. And they got to keep the donkey. Okay? They got it all, including the donkey. So, yeah, it's unlikely that a slave would have owned a donkey and all the goods on a donkey to buy a apprenticeship. So, and even then, once that kid had been bought a apprenticeship, he was more or less a slave to that master until he becomes a master himself. Mama says some apprenticeships cost the apprentice their life. Yeah, it does. Definitely the freedom. They didn't get any freedom until they were essentially master themselves. So yeah, that was really common back then. Really common. Ed Wilsons asks, on this topic of Nephilim, have any of you heard of the huge Ethiopian Bible scam? It's an AI scam targeting people who are into New Age faux spirituality based off the Book of Enoch. I've heard of it. Look, if anyone wants to read the Ethiopian Bible, it's public domain. You can just go read it. You don't need to buy a version. There's a lot of basically AI slop that's being added to, quote, Ethiopian Bibles to pad them out. So, caveat emptor. Um, Andrew Graham, were donkeys the transport choice of tradespeople? Generally, yeah. Yeah. Insofar as transferring goods within a village, yeah. Yeah, it was. Okay. Uh, we have a member question here from Striding Herbert. Happy Friday. How fantastic are burgers? Oh, burgers are awesome. But tonight we're going to do pizza. After we get off the live stream here, we're going to order Domino's. Just because we haven't done it in a Coon's age. And frankly, we're still hungry after not having much to eat today. So after the live stream, we're eating Domino's. So, because they deliver after midnight. so, so yeah, burgers are great, but tonight we're doing pizza. Darkblade, till pizza and burgers and pizza work with Falk's diet type. Well, frankly, right now we can't afford to eat keto. It's just we've been outpriced. Um, the fact is, we would prefer to eat keto, but we can't afford it anymore. The food has gone up by over 200% here in Canada, so it's out of our price range anymore. So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place on that one. So
Ryan had asked, what's a coon's age?
what's a coon's age? Ryan Kunkap. It's just an expression, a Canadian expression, said meaning a long time. That's all it is.
Yeah, he's asking for the origin.
I don't know what the origin of that is. It's just a Canadian expression. Gustavo Gaius Octavius, Pizza Hut's better. Maybe better. The difference is this. Domino's has their own delivery service. Pizza Hut uses DoorDash. I will not use DoorDash. DoorDash is horrible. We'll never get it. At least not while it's still hot. Domino's will deliver in 30 minutes. Okay. Abe Mather, Domino's. How un-Canadian to not order pizza? It's all about delivery. Really, it's the delivery that's. I mean, I prefer, if I was going out, I would prefer Pizza Hut. But if I order Pizza Hut in, they're going to use DoorDash, and DoorDash is going to be 3 or 4 hours. And if it's 3 or 4 hours, it's not going to be any good anymore. At least Domino's guarantees it's going to be here in 30 minutes. Yeah, the pizza's passable. Gaius Octavius, what about Little Caesars? Same problem. They use DoorDash.
Do they use Canadian Post?
Do they use Canadian
No,
Post?
it would be petrified.
It'd be petrified if they use Canadian
Yeah,
Post.
your dad,
Oh yeah, the
that's
cheese and the buffalo sausage. Yeah.
yeah.
Beefy asks, "Are you a fringe Egyptologist?" No, I'm not. I'm a very, very middle of the road Egyptologist. Most of my Egyptology views are well in with line with the norm of Egyptology. So, Little Caesar sucks. Um, Little Caesar sucks, but they suck worse because they use DoorDash. Okay. Next question here. Striding Herbert for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Romans 25 to 32. Well, that's a huge range. Have you seen newcomers of the faith squirm with reading this? I don't even know how to narrow that down to what they're squirming over, because that's 4 chapters.
Basically, most new believers farm over Romans anyway.
Yeah.
This would be one of my favorites.
Unknown quality. Do you like Papa John's? I haven't really tried Papa John's pizza. Mama goes 124 Egyptologists in the world. You're close, actually. Double that, and you're probably right on. So,
Back to pizza. Right. It's hot and it's ready. Yeah, but is it any good? It's hot and it's ready.
Ed Worson goes, another steam, Dr. Falk describes himself as mainstream Egyptologist with fringe views. No, I describe myself as a mainstream Egyptologist with minority biblical studies views. Okay? I don't have fringe views. I have views that are in the minority of, say, biblical studies, because I don't agree with a lot of Old Testament scholars on things like Jericho, the Amalekites. So my beef is not with say any Egyptology view. It's with some biblical studies views, which I think are just wacko out there.
You don't listen to Egyptologists.
Yeah. Ryan Cohen Cap. It's hot and it's ready. Yeah, but is it any good? It's hot and it's ready. Sometimes it's the best pizza, to be honest. Mama says Papa John's is nasty. Okay. Ragersburg, something like 250 Egyptologists? Yeah, that's about the number. That's about all of us there are. Any idea on the number of Old Testament scholars? Oh, yeah. There's like over 10,000. Yeah, there's over 10,000 Old Testament scholars. There's only about 250 Egyptologists. All right, moving on here. Striding Herbert, do you believe that you helping to cultivate more polymaths? I do. Yeah, if people want to be specialized in multiple fields, I think that's really helpful. You know, why should people be confined necessarily to one particular specialization? You know, be good at lots of things. Don't be curious. Stay curious. Stay curious. Be good at lots of things. You know, diversify yourself. Grow as a human being. You know, who said we had to just be good at just one thing. That's crazy. It's crazy to think that we are forced by some sort of societal convention to be good at one thing. Be good at lots of stuff. You know? I mean, if I had said, "Oh, I can't do that because I need to be good at this one thing," I wouldn't have done half the stuff I've did. You know, I've worked on supercomputers at IBM. I've an Egyptologist. I've done biblical scholarship. I have an advanced license in radio operations. I am a fiction writer who has written three, soon to be four novels that have won, all of which have won awards. I have won awards for my visual art. I have composed music. You know, just be curious. Do new stuff. I have made jewelry. I have painted oil paintings. There's all sorts of stuff that you could diversify into. You know, do what's interesting. You know, that's what makes a polymath, is being curious and doing what is interesting. You know, I've learned 13 languages. So, where Most High, you're also an autodidact in Greek and Japanese. So, darone. Yeah. So yeah, it's absolutely, yeah. People should be should be polymaths if that's what they want to do. And basically nobody should tell them otherwise. So, yeah, if we, I mean, one of the reasons why we have a writer's workshop on our Discord server is to cultivate people to be better writers. So, yeah. Hey, Matthew, you're a wizard, Dr. Falk. Hagrid probably wouldn't go that far.
You are a computer.
Well, I've done computer wizardry, yeah.
You just walk up and touch it.
Walk up and touch a computer and it just works. Yeah. Okay. And next one here. Striding Herbert for $5. Thank you for the super chat. I need to switch this over too. Forgot to do that. If you were to entertain the Silurian hypothesis, question: what would you consider to be the upper limit for an advanced civilization? Okay, if we're talking okay, let's define what we mean by the Silurian hypothesis. The Silurian hypothesis is the idea, and it was a hypothetical. This is a hypothetical. It's not a real. No one actually believes this. Well, some people do, but the Silurian hypothesis is the idea that if there was an advanced civilization in the Silurian period, there would not be any evidence remaining today that would confirm that such a civilization once existed. That's the Silurian hypothesis. Okay? Now, the idea of the Silurian hypothesis, there's several things that sort of surround or undergird the Silurian hypothesis. One is that the idea that any sufficiently advanced civilization had to be exceptionally short-lived. Okay? So when you're talking about hundreds of millions of years, a civilization that would only last for 10,000 years is just a blip in geological time. The second supposition of it is that the further you go back in time, the less evidence there is of a civilization footprint. This is generally true. Like, for example, you go back to the Iron Age, you get less evidence of footprint than you do today. Go back to the Bronze Age, even less. Go back to the Neolithic, even less still. Go back to the Paleolithic, You get almost nothing. Okay, so there is an inherent truth that the further back you go, the less evidence there is for the existence of a said advanced race. What?
What about the Copper Age?
What about the Copper Age? Yeah, let's not get into that. So you go back far enough, the less you get. So you can have a fairly high upper limit for an advanced civilization and still leave nothing behind. So let's say they develop circuit boards. What would remain from the Silurian period? Well, you would get compression of strata. That would saponify the circuit board itself. Basically, any circuit board would be turned, say the plastic would be turned into oil. And the copper would just end up being crushed together. So you'd have a ribbon of copper, and that would be all you would get of a circuit board from the Silurian period. And this is what the issue is that it brings up here, is even if you have an advanced technology, it doesn't last forever. Plastics degrade back into oil with sufficient temperature and pressure. So, Fast and Furious Pennsylvania Drift. Well, there's that. Blue Dog, Ice Age cores? Even then, what are you going to find? What are you going to find in an Ice Age core? Ice Age cores are not... Don't go back as far as the Silurian. They don't go that far back. Because remember, in Antarctica during the Cretaceous era was not a glacier. It was not covered in ice. You only get those ice cores post-Cretaceous. So we don't have Silurian ice. No, we don't have Silurian ice at all. Because again, one of the things is because of the way that the continents drifted, Antarctica was not at the polar ice cap. It had to move there. In fact, one of the things we find from Antarctica during the Cretaceous period is full dinosaur remains. Lots of them. There were dinosaurs and trees and plants and all that stuff in Antarctica during the Cretaceous. So we don't have Silurian ice. So ice cores isn't going to get you anything. Okay, well, fun times. Mama says, do you think polar shifts may have done that? Well, hard to say, but we do know that the continents did drift. They did move around. So, Annie Manuel says, I think ice cores are 1.5 million max. That's probably closer to reality. Even if it's up to 10 million, that's still... I mean, the Cretaceous era was 65 million years ago. So... But either way, it's not going to get you anywhere close to Silurian period. Not even close. Okay, moving on here. So yeah, that's the problem with us. That's the thing with the Silurian hypothesis. Any technology that you could practically conceive of is probably going to blend into, say, the background geology, and you're just not going to be able to notice it. And that's the Silurian hypothesis. Not that there was, again, the thing about the Silurian hypothesis, just to point this out, is that there doesn't necessarily was an advanced civilization during that period, but if there had been, we wouldn't know it. So that's the hypothesis. Bubble trouble. Shark attack. Hello, everyone. Well, everyone loves a good shark attack. If not, we wouldn't keep me watching Sharknado videos. No one believes they made Sharknado.
I never thought something would outdo Sharknado did.
Yeah, Sharknado was something else. Okay. Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for the super chat. Some scholars maintain that there are two Satans in the Bible. The absolute Satan, who is the enemy of God and man, and a relative Satan, who is a prosecutor of heaven. Do you agree? My thought is there's probably even more than that. Here's what I would say. There is a name, a character whose name is Satan, and then there's a character or set of characters whose job title is Satan. And the job title of Satan is just one of those. It's a job title. Basically, Satan means the adversary. So, it's not just a it can be a prosecutor in heaven, possibly, but I am more of the line of thinking that the prosecutor in heaven is more in line with the named Satan, than I am with, say, the job title of Satan. There are some characters in the Bible that are job characters Satan that do not seem to be prosecutors in heaven. Like, for example, the Satan that stopped Balaam and his donkey. That's a Satan. And that one does not appear to be of the, say, Red Union suit and pitchfork variety. So I think there's many Satans. But the one in Job, I would say, is probably more akin to the named Satan. Just because he does seem to take some serious delight in prosecuting Job. So, and he is named the accuser. So, I think it's more than just two, but I would also say the one that the prosecutor in Job is also the same as the named one. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Mama says, Continental Drift 2, Tectonic Boogaloo. Well, there's a mashup. Love it. Love it. Bomb Papa. Instead of snakes on a plane, it's chomp fish and a danger finger. Okay. Hey, snakes in the plane had a great theme song. Terrible movie, though. All right, next one here is from Andrew Guler for $20. He says, according to Genesis 39:22-23, Joseph's jailer put him in charge in running the entire business of the prison. As a practical matter, what did the entire business of the prison consist of? All right, let's pull up the Bible, read the passage, and then we will discuss this. All right, Genesis 39, verse 22. All right, and it says, and the keeper of the prison put Joseph in charge of all the prisoners who were in the prison. Whatever was done there, he was the one who did it. The keeper of the prison paid no attention to anything that was in Joseph's charge because the Lord was with him. Whatever he did, the Lord made it succeed. Okay. This is basically he's acting here as overseer. Okay. Now, the practical matter was here. This prison is most likely a rock quarry. So Joseph has got to organize, is being put in charge here of organizing the prisoners to work, to basically quarry stone and to basically draw it out and have it lifted up on out of the quarry. That's his job, to keep the prisoners in line and do that. And frankly, this was not uncommon. This did happen frequently, where a jailer, not who doesn't really give a fig about his job, who would rather spend his day drinking water and sitting out in the sun or sitting in the shade, drinking beer. You know, he doesn't want to really be there. Nobody really wants to be a jailer at a prison in Egypt, because frankly, you're essentially there with the prisoners. It's not a great life for you. So, if you can get a guy you can trust to organize the prisoners and get them to do what needs to be done, and all the prisoners sort of stay in line, oh, it's a good deal. Good deal for the jailer. Good deal for Joseph. So, um, so that's one of those things where, um, basically, he would Joseph would be in charge of making sure that the prisoners got fed. He'd be in charge of making sure that they did the work. Um, he was essentially the overseer of operations. He wasn't in charge of the prison. That still was the jailer who was in charge. And the jailer himself would still have to do things such as make sure that shipments of water and food came into the prison. But apart from that, as long as the shipments of food and water came into the prison on a regular basis, he could just leave things to Joseph and just sort of sit around and do nothing. And if you're an Egyptian jailer, that's a pretty good deal. So, yeah, this sort of thing happened, especially if you got a guy who comes in who's really good at managing things, who is a former overseer, and Joseph had already experienced at overseeing things, so this was probably not much different than what he'd been doing before. So, anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, we have. I'm going to take this out of order here. PA888 for 1999. I know what he's going to ask, which is to sponsor a question. So even though it's not in the thing here, I know he's going to do that. So we are going to thank him now, and we're going to take this question now as a sponsored question, which is unknown quantity. Did Egyptians have fun? I mean, did they ever casually enjoy things? Oh yes. Oh yes, they did. Um, Egyptians enjoyed music. They played board games. Um, they weren't big on sports because it was hot. But they did enjoy lots of things. They enjoyed humor. Um, they enjoyed risque literature, which we will not talk about on this channel. But yeah, they enjoyed a lot of things. Egyptians had a lot of fun in life. You know, they weren't sticks in the mud. They weren't just they would at times they would um it was a long-standing tradition in Egyptian culture to while the night talking about things. And they still do this. They will like talk about deep subjects. They'll talk about mythology. So yeah, they enjoyed life. They had a lot of they danced, they sang. Um, there's several board games like Senate and Hounds and Foxes. Uh, they did all sorts of stuff. So yeah, they had a lot of things. Bomb Papa. Oh no, kids found dad's spicy papyrus. That was a thing. That was a thing. There was spicy papyri. Common Lurker asks, says they had a version of chess. Yeah, it's called Senate. No one knows how it's played. It wasn't played like modern chess. It had its own rules. But no one knows exactly how it's played. There's been people who've tried to recreate rules for Senate, but no one knows. So Andrew Graham says, so Islam would be a poor fit for ancient Egypt. Yeah, it was actually a pretty poor fit. Again, the Egyptians drank alcohol, beer, wine. They loved their alcohol. They love to dance. They love to sing. They love music. Islam hates all those things. So yeah, it's just not something you find. It wouldn't be a good fit, but again, conquest changes things. So anagram dogs too. Yeah, they like dogs, they like cats. Dogs and cats were both pets. Dogs were an upper class pet. One of the things that we have to keep in mind is that dogs were an upper class pet. Pharaohs kept dogs, high nobility kept dogs, lower class people kept cats. Dogs are expensive to feed, so. Unknown quality. Let me follow up. Is it possible Moses and the Israelites could have played these Egyptian board games? Sure, they were around at the time. Yeah, it's totally possible that they learned to play those board games. Interestingly enough, we do find board games being used in, say, in Canaan as well. So, yeah, board games were, say, a regional thing. Ed Wilson goes, Egyptian women weren't really modestly dressed, right? Yes, but it wasn't sexualized. It was because it was hot. Okay. Modesty is only an issue where sexualization is an issue. Okay. So let me put it to you this way. Upper body nudity is not a big deal in Egypt. Never was. Not until modern times. Feet were covered. Okay? So it's a different sort of modesty. Okay? So you kind of got to take that into perspective of what they were thinking at the time. So okay, moving on here. Striding Herbert for $5. Thank you for the super chat. How important is it to develop strong intuition for both one's profession and faith? I don't think you can develop that. That's what intuition is what we call a innate ability. It's something you're born with. You can try to develop an intuition, but you're only going to have limited success at doing it. There are those who are very, very intuitive, and there are those who are not necessarily intuitive, but they have other gifts.
But intuition also relies on being aware. So you have all these
Yeah.
things going on in your brain. If you don't pay
Yeah.
Can't.
Yeah. But there's going to be some people who are just it's really almost something your intuition is almost something you're born with. Um it's almost something you're born with. It's a natural ability, and you are not going to be able to. There's some things you just can't develop. Um, as much as I'd love to be 6'10" and be able to dunk basketballs, I'll never do it because I'm not born with that height advantage. Um, intuition,
Gives intuition to short.
yeah, it gives intuition to short people.
I'm good with that.
So, yeah, it's one of those things you can't really develop. You can develop discernment, that you can develop. You can develop um a knowledge base and information, that you can cultivate. But intuition isn't really something you can cultivate. So you either have it or you to some extent or to some other extent. But it's not something you can really develop. Uh so in that respect, I'd say it's not something that's that important. If you have it, fantastic. It's a gift and an advantage. If you don't have it, then you rely on other gifts. Not everyone is. You develop other strategies based upon the gifts that you've been given. So, Jack Ray, INTJ, fun times. Yeah, yeah. I'm an INTJ, so for me, I have that intuition. Not everyone does. And sometimes I have to be very cognizant of the fact that when I walk into the room, I just know something that everyone else doesn't. And it can be quite irritating for those around me because they want to know how I know when I just know. So, and if you're INTJ, you know. You know if you know. And if you're not, you don't know.
Yeah, then what you have to train is how to explain to people.
Yeah, then you have to cultivate how to explain it to people. Yeah. Oops. Where was it? Jack Ray. Oh yes, very irritating. Yeah, it is. Uh CPM versus DOS. INTJ Chads unite. Mama, no way. INTJP/P here, yeah? All right, next one here. Billy Nimgin for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Dr. Falk, why can't scholars treat Gospels as memoirs? That is a workable primary source about Christ's life and ministry. Cold War historians use memoirs all the time for research. Because they're too busy debunking it as a religious book. That's why. So if you're going to use it as a sort of, scholars are rewarded for their skepticism. And that skepticism becomes an axe grind. So anything they can debunk, they get rewarded for. So it's one of those things where if you don't, if you basically treat it as just a memoir, you are going to be punished in the academy for that. So so that's just one of those things you just have to deal with if you are trying to engage the scholarship. The scholarship is going to be very, very focused upon basically skepticism. Am I saying it's biased? It might be just a little, yeah. Bubble Trouble says, I think I have the polar opposites of INTJ, if I'm inferring correctly. You mean, what's it now? ESFP. I think that's the opposite. Extroverted, sensate, feeling perceptive. You might be, but extroverted feeling are, was it something like 70 to 80% of the church is EF. 70 to 80% of the church is EF. INTJ counts for less than 1% of churchgoers. Less than what's normal in the population. This is something that has concerned experts in, say, church growth, is that INTJs constitute a smaller population inside the church than they do in society as a large. Whereas EFs are overrepresented in the church. Far overrepresented. So, it is something that has church growth people really concerned. Bubble Treble. I don't know what INTJ is. I'm just taking context clues and trying to make sense of something I don't understand. Go take a Myers-Briggs assessment, and you'll figure out what sort of personality type you have. And then you can kind of figure it out more from that. Mama says, no wonder church socialization is weird and hard for me. Oh, yeah. Church socialization is very hard for introverts. Really hard. Because here's the thing. Church committees, the first thing a church committee wants to do is take an introverted person and put them on the meet and greet committee. Hey, can you do meet and greet at the door? No. You don't want me to do that, man. That is the last thing you want me to do, is put me on the meet and greet at the door. Yeah, that's not going to be a good time for anyone. Mama goes, there needs to be a church for the introverted. Milo. Oh, totally. I'd be totally on board with that. CPM versus DOS. Maybe that's why I was drawn to the Orthodox Church. Maybe. Well, yeah, the Orthodox Church is not really open and friendly. So yeah, a lot of introverts do sort of gravitate to that. Matthew says, curious about stats on pastors, Myers-Briggs. Actually, there's more introverts in pastoral positions than there are in the general population of the attendees. It's the one place where pastors seem to, and it actually draws some conflict. There's a lot of pastors who are introverted, and because the skills that make for a successful pastor often include private activities, like Bible study, making a sermon, reading commentaries, private meditation. These are things where introverts do exceptionally well, and extroverts fail at generally. So pastors do gravitate to, introverts do gravitate to pastoral positions, but at the same time too, it does bring tension, because some of the things that introverted pastors do well, congregations want to see growth in other areas, such as pastoral visits, integrating with the congregation, doing the handshake at the end of the sermon. There was one pastor, Donald Gray Barnhouse, who was infamous for his fantastic sermons. And then, at the end of the sermon, he darted out the back. He left the church through the exit at the back of the church. This caused some friction with the congregation. Good times, good times. Raging Smurf, you saying they do that, putting introverts as meet and greet, landing on my eardrums with the same threat of feeling as someone telling me they're going to waterboard me. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I had a guy, pastoral, a church sort of volunteer committee wanted to put me on meet and greet. And it's like, yeah, you do not want that to happen. Abe Matthews, Dr. Falk, you don't strike me as particularly introverted person. You're so joyful and gregarious always that you seemed like you'd be a hoot at church social events. Oh no. No. Oh no. No, 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 no. No. Okay. I'm what people call a gregarious introvert. Okay. I can be social to a limited extent, within a social context. You get both what's called gregarious introverts and furtive extroverts. Okay? Oh yeah, I'm terribly introverted in person. In person, I am introverted to the point where I don't talk to people. I don't, I do not put myself out there in real life. This is different. Okay. What you're seeing here on the live stream is different. It's only myself here talking to you guys who I'm getting text messages from and Mrs. Producer. Okay. So, and the bunny. Can't forget the bunny. Dr. Falk the fraud. No, Dr. Falk in a different context. I'm at home here. I'm comfortable. Now, by the end of this, keep in mind that at the end of this live stream, I'm going to be completely exhausted. Okay? I'm going to be a basket case. Because this is what happens every Friday. I do that 3 to 5 hours of talking and being out there, and then I'm just going to collapse. Just going to collapse. No one's going to be able to talk to me. I get all peopled out. All my spoons are exhausted. It's I'm going to want something to eat. I'm going to want something to drink, and I'm just going to call it a night. Yeah. Abe Matthews, I'd worry about being an INTJ and a pastor. You know what? It's actually it fits pastoral skills very well. I already have a crazy fear of burnout at my normal teaching job. Well, here's the thing. Most of your week is not around people as a pastor. At least not if you're doing your job right. If you're doing it badly, it is. If you have to do counseling through most of your pastoral job, you're doing it wrong. if you're focused mostly on your sermons, you're probably doing it right, in which case you don't have to deal with people that often. Uh, seeing what pastors do on a day-to-day basis, if they do it right, they don't have to be around people all the time. It's when they do it wrong they do. So it actually fits quite well within an INTJ. Okay. Abe Matthews says, and then Dr. Falk feels with some fresh and hot dominoes. Tonight, we don't do this every week. I mean, we do this like once a year. So we don't do this very often.
Oh yeah, there were a lot of major biblical figures who were introverts.
Where is it saying?
Um,
Oh, on Uncanny. I wonder if any major biblical figures were introverts. Oh yeah, there were probably many of them. Not all of them were extroverted, not by a long shot. Prophets, Nazarenes were probably quite introverted. So because they would have to avoid social events. So yeah, there were probably a fair number of them that were introverted. The ones that were more studious definitely would have probably been more introverted. Paul would have probably been more introverted. Isaiah would have probably been more introverted. Mama goes, we know Samson was extroverted. Oh yeah. Yeah, he was. Oh yeah. Samson, yeah, probably. Oh, he liked his parties. Not good. Not good at all. All right, let's move on here. Abe Williams for $4.99. Thank you or Abe Matthews, sorry, for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. I'm an academic philosopher and love it whenever you bring up philosophy in your videos. Well, thank you. What got you into it? Do you have a favorite philosopher? Goodbye. What got me into it is I did a bachelor's degree in philosophy. So for me, I that was part of my um, that was part of my academic training when I was in undergrad. So yeah, I did a bachelor's degree in philosophy. I didn't pursue it into my master's, but I changed fields. But it served me well. Doing philosophy as an undergrad really served me well. It taught me how to do logic, both formal and informal logic. I read many of the philosophers. I had a particular interest in philosophy of science, philosophy of religion, and philosophy and ancient philosophy. I liked classical philosophy. I did very much enjoy reading Plato and Aristotle. I really enjoyed um, the the Nicomachean Ethics. I did read Stoicism and Epicureanism. So I got a pretty good swath of various philosophers: Kant, Descartes, Berkeley, rationalism, empiricism, all that stuff. So yeah, I got a very good swath. Kant was very interesting. I found Kant very interesting. So I don't know if I have a favorite philosopher, but I do still use philosophy in a lot of my work. I found my philosophy undergrad to be a very good toolkit for doing my later work. What got me into it was the fact that I had to move out of science in my undergrad, and basically look at, say, the humanities to complete my education, and just fell into philosophy and really enjoyed it. So that's what got me into it. So thank you very much for the question. I really appreciate it. Abe Matthews, I like that you pronounced Barkley right. Well, don't count on me pronouncing anything right ever, okay? That one I lucked out on because I heard that being used. Okay. If you stay on this channel for any length of time, you'll learn that my pronunciation is atrocious. So, just keep in mind that, okay? I'm not gonna embrace that because even though I happen to know how that's pronounced, um, my pronunciation on everything else is just so awful. Okay, let's move on here. I want to thank Milky Doug for gifting One Ancient Egypt in the Bible membership. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We really appreciate it. And thank you for supporting the community as well. We also want to thank Jack Ray, who gifted the channel 20 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much. We can't do it without you, so we really, really appreciate your support. Thank you so very much. Ed Wilson says, I noticed that speakers of Romance languages have an easier time pronouncing words in Hebrew and Greek. The English adds a ton of weird additions to words in other languages. And it's not just that, too. The particular dialect of English can really mess you up as well. West Coast Vancouver English is very very Californian and has some. It makes some for some strange pronunciations. Very difficult for me to pronounce Latin correctly. I've a lot of difficulty pronouncing Latin. Anything Latin, I'll usually mess that up. I don't have so much problems with Japanese. Japanese I can get by pretty good. Hebrew, less so, but I still am okay with that. Greek I can butcher sometimes, but Latin is the worst offender. Latin I cannot get right to save my life. So, it's just so different than what I'm used to pronouncing, so. Moving on here. Bubble Trouble asked the question, been thinking about reason and purpose of humanity's existence. It's truly humbling to realizing just how finite humanity is without God. And it is very finite without God. When it comes to the purpose and reason of humanity, you can actually go to Ecclesiastes, and Ecclesiastes actually engages this question, which is basically the whole purpose of humanity is to know God and have him be your hope under the sun. So it's one of those things where we don't need to sort of fumble for that, because we already have a good understanding. Just read the book of Ecclesiastes, and it will basically say, okay, what's your whole purpose? Is to know God. It's to know God and to love him, and he will be your hope. So love him and worship him forever. That is the whole purpose of man. So hope that helps. thank you very much for the member question. Really appreciate it. Ed Wilson's nihilists really love Ecclesiastes. Yeah, because they don't understand it. What's it called? National Socialists love Nietzsche too. They don't understand it.
Nobody understands Nietzsche. Maybe a few Jews.
It's easy to love something you don't understand. Biruk asks, "Hi, Dr. Falk. What's the closest parallel to Genesis 1 creation account? Is it the tabernacle or the temple?" It's definitely the tabernacle. The temple did not exist at the time of the writing of Genesis or Exodus, so it would be the tabernacle. And it's really Genesis 1 through 11 is the foundation of tabernacle ritual, which would later become temple ritual, but the temple is inheriting a lot of the ritual from the tabernacle. So the Genesis 1 through 11 is just sort of foundation for all of that. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Unknown Quality asks, as someone working to become Catholic, my question to you is, what Catholic tradition / belief do you like? Oh, that's an interesting question. What Catholic tradition or belief that I like? I'd have to give that some thought. Wow. Dig deep on this one, please. I am not sure. I've never given this a lot of thought, to be honest. I can say a lot of things I don't like. I do like some of the public formulations. Hey, this is an interesting question. I don't like godparents. I don't like the idea of godparents. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I think.
Yeah. Mrs. Producer likes the idea of godparents. I don't like that one.
My mother took it very seriously. She was the second mother.
Yeah.
To Nancy Lee.
I don't like the god.
Nancy Lee was like a second mother to my sister.
Yeah. I don't care for the idea of godparents because it puts godparents at risk. Because of the vow.
Modified God.
Yeah.
Let's go with modified God.
Confession's okay. But I also don't like the idea that confession has to be to a priest. There is private confession and there's public confession, so I don't like the idea of there being forced confession to a priest. That I don't care for.
There's also confession without repentance.
There's also confession without repentance too, that I also think is not good within Catholicism.
I always had the problem as a kid because they say like one of the things you have to confess is if you're angry at your siblings.
Yeah.
Well, I was still angry with my sisters.
Yeah.
So there's no way I was going to confess it.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't past it.
Yeah.
So there is a problem with that.
I do like the Catholic appeal to science. I think I think that's very strong, but that's not really a theological tenet. Um, so I also, Dr. Fogg, don't you like how Catholics approach science? I do, but that's not strictly Catholic. That it does not contradict our faith. Yeah, I think that's fine. But I also think too that that's not a theological tradition or belief. Um, um, so and evolution not being denied is also not strictly Catholic either. So that's something that I would say. Ed Wilson, yes, Jimmy Akin himself said such things are scientific and not theological concepts. Yeah, so I would make um that distinction there between there being, say, the scientific and the theological, and there's basically the church supporting scientific endeavors. I think that's fine. That's absolutely fantastic. Um, but I don't think that's per se a Catholic tradition or belief. So, um, the fact is that when I approach Catholicism, I tend to I tend to look at it, and it's like, okay, um, as far as, say, the ecclesiastical um uh sort of core of Catholicism, I don't have too much problem with it, at least at a conceptual level. Where it gets into the weeds, where Catholicism for me gets into the weeds, has more to do with its secondary things, its secondary beliefs, and its accretions. That's really what sort of drives me out of Catholicism entirely. So, Ed Wilson says to me, discovering that Catholics did not deny science to the same way American fundamentalists did was critical in making me return to Christ after I became an atheist as a teenager. Well, then more power to you. Look, it's better be Catholic than atheist, definitely. So, if that's what it takes to resonate with your faith, then you have no problems for me with this. So, Milo goes, we got to start a GoFundMe for the folks to move out of Canada and totally not biased central US. I'd love to come to the US. It's this is not a money problem. This is a government procedure problem. So, I wish it was just a money problem because money you can always raise, but it's more of a working through the government tape, which right now is at a complete standstill because of the current Trump administration's halting of all visas. So, nothing I can do about that. Nothing anyone can do about that. Milo says, I will start a petition to accept Mrs. Falk's visa. Mrs. Falk doesn't need a visa. Mrs. Falk is a U.S. citizen. Um, it's not, the problem's not with her. The problem's with me. So the problem is that I'm the breadwinner, but I can't legally work in the United States. I need a visa to work in the States. So I'm the Canadian, but I'm the breadwinner. So I'm the one that needs the visa, but I'm the one who can't get it right now because of the restrictions. All right, let's move on here. Milo asks, have you listened to Will Wood and Tapeworms yet? I have. I have listened to it. Um, um, I can understand why people enjoy it. Didn't quite resonate with me though. I'll say that. Um, it was, um, it was interesting. I'll say that it was very interesting to listen to, but it didn't resonate with me. So, but I tried. I gave it an open mind. So, um, but thank you for introducing me to it because I wouldn't have ever listened to it otherwise. So I enjoyed having the new experience of listening to it. So thank you very much. All right, moving on here. Darkblade asks, would it be wrong to say I didn't start learning Arabic until I was 12 if I actually started at 16 or 17 or something? Yeah, that would be incorrect. Yeah. Because you would be you'd be stating by, I didn't learn Arabic until I was 12, means that you started to learn Arabic at 12. So yeah, that would be grammatically incorrect. Okay, scanning here for the next question. Icy asks, between the extremes, Jericho didn't have any walls at the time of the conquest, and Jericho's most impotent walls were present with when the uh, conquest happens. Which is more reasonable? Okay, the time of the conquest, which is the late Bronze Age, Jericho did have walls. Okay, we know they had walls. They had mud brick fortifications, and the most of those fortifications were built on top of the Middle Bronze fortifications, Middle Bronze 3 fortifications. So while there was some shrinkage of the tell, of the surface of the tell where they were, it was still 4.5 hectares of space on the tell that was there. Um, so there were walls at the time. I don't think that's not an unreasonable statement anymore. You're still going to get holdouts in, say, in OT studies that basically say that Jericho had no walls at the time of conquest. It was just an open city, but nobody really, the those who are read into this at this point no longer believe the idea that Jericho had no walls in the late Bronze Age. They just don't believe it anymore because the evidence is against it. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Harry Stark asks, any thoughts on the miracle of Calandra? Don't know what that is, so I can't comment. Sorry. Anagram, what would be the point of marching around an open city? Yeah, I don't get that either. Yeah, what would be the point of that? It seems stupid and silly.
I really liked your theory that they marched around
Mm-hmm.
to cause all the people to stand up.
Oh, yeah, causing the instability in the walls. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
You don't need an earthquake.
No, you don't need an earthquake. You just need
The entire city.
the entire city standing on the walls, watching it, causing it to collapse. Yeah. Let's see here. All right, let's take Miles' question here. Uh, do you think some mental illnesses are caused by personal satans? Uh, mental illness is a very very difficult thing. Okay, mental illness has a lot of causes. Okay, some of it's physiological, some of it's trauma, some of it's pharmacological, and some of it could be demonic. So, uh, but I would say this: one should only pursue the idea that mental illness is demonic if you've exhausted all other potential causes. Um, here's one thing okay. Here's one thing I think is good about the Catholic Church is their process of exorcism. I think the process of exorcism that's done by the Catholic Church is really really thorough. Okay? Um it's one of the best things about the Roman Catholic Church is their process of exorcism, which is you don't even get to the exorcist. There's no referral to an exorcist until uh, a medical exam has been done, a psychiatric exam has been done. Absolutely, mental illness has to be ruled out before a someone who's possessed ever sees an exorcist. That is a safety, a hedge, that provides a lot of safety for both the possessed and the exorcist.
And it gets people with medical problems treated.
It gets people with medical problems treated. So, so I think that's really, really helpful. So, so I think, a lot of say fundamentalist exorcists don't do those first steps. They go right to the exorcism. Like deliverance ministries go direct to the exorcism instead of the medical assessment and the psychiatric assessment, and those people don't get help. And it places the exorcist into liability. So, so I really, really think that this is something that the Roman Catholic Church does well.
I mean, they run into problems when you have, now that we know there's things like the psychopaths have actual brain differentiations. You know, you have a lot of people trying to exercise.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the things too that what leaves open liability. There have been people who've died in exorcisms,
Oh yeah.
and there have been trials over this. There have been court cases where the exorcist is being held liable because the the client needed medical help and they didn't pursue it. So um so I think this is one of those things where you really, really do, as an exorcist, need to have that safeguard, that hedge of protection for both the possessed and for the exorcist.
Family members and close.
Yeah, and of course the family members and close friends, etc. Yeah, but
There have been safety issues there.
there's been safety issues there too. Yeah. So, yep, absolutely. This is one of the things that the Catholic Church does well. I think this is something that Protestant sects need to do better. Evangelicalism has to do better. Is the whole issue of exorcism. So, definitely, mental illness has a variety of causes. It's physiological, psychological, pharmacological, trauma. There's a lot of causes of it. And demonic possession is a cause, but it's also probably the least likely cause. So I think there is something there that does need to be addressed, but it's sort of at the end of the process. So Milo, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. I'm just going to take a few minutes here for a break, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Next question here is from Andrew Graham. Writing question. Awesome. Could an author use climate change and related topics as plot in a fictional novel? Sure, why not?
So
Climate change is a thing. We do know it's a thing. Historically, it's been a thing. It was a thing in the ancient Near East. It's a thing today. Climate changes. So, whether or not that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's a thing. And I would say that if you write about it, you have to kind of decide if it is a good thing or a bad thing. But it is a thing. So why not include it in a fictional novel? In our books, in my series, we have climate change. Absolutely. In my series of science fiction books, the Earth goes through a global cooling, a severe global cooling. Uh, why global cooling and not global warming? Because global cooling is more fun. And it's more interesting. So and the Earth has gone through periods of global warming and global cooling. It does tend to cycle. So, uh, yeah, global freezing. We've uh, just to give away a little spoiler. The first chapter of Book 5, Earth is pretty much icebound, which is always fun. Vancouver is having a little frosty season.
It says climate change will be great for Canada. Yeah. When we returned, I remember you saying, "Hey, it's fun."
Yeah, PA888 says climate change will be great for Canada. Instead of all that cold snow, you get nice farmland. Well, when I returned to Vancouver after 20 years, there were palm trees here. When I was growing up, you couldn't grow a palm tree in Vancouver. It was too cold. Now, you find palm trees in Vancouver. Mama, Book 5, Doc gets his revenge on Vancouver. Oh yeah, it's an ice sheet in Book 5. So fun, so fun. So yeah, absolutely. If you want to include climate change in your book, go for it. It'll just add to the world building experience. And world building is great. Absolutely great. Unknown Quality says, let's be honest, the world following Noah's flood was almost certainly cold. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely do it. Here's one of the things I think that authors don't do enough of. And if when people complain that their world does not seem real enough, well, are you ever referencing the weather? And let me flesh this out. People will reference sunsets, but because sunsets are beautiful, okay? They may reference the starry sky, but they never reference rain. How many books have you read where it's constant rain or drizzle?
That's because
Very few.
Vampire movie did it. Nobody liked it.
Well, even if you read, say, what's it called now? The vampire book. What is that called?
What?
Twilight. It talks about rain, but it never rains. Twilight talks about that particular area being the rainiest place, the most overclassed place in the United States, but it never rains. They never go outside and it's raining. You know? We need books that, if you want it to feel real, you have to go out and there's rain and weather and wind and snow. There's a certain book right now that's being read by certain beta readers that is very heavy on the rain and the consequences of the rain. Because weather is setting.
Don't talk about it either.
Yeah, a lot of English books don't talk about it either. It's actually uncanny how very few novels talk about the weather. You get this little sunset every so often at the right moment, but
yeah, London's.
Yeah, even London's got warm. Jack Ray, Jim Butcher, Dresden Files, lots of weather. Yeah, Dresden Files does that well. That's one thing Dresden Files does well. And Jane Austen to some extent, yeah. But very few books, especially today, talk about the weather. And it's an important part of well, yeah, Twilight is low-key garbage. It is low-key garbage. I don't disagree with you, Milo. Uh, she's hit the nail on the head here. Yeah, it's low-key garbage. Yeah, the protagonist is a brick. Everyone, she has no identifying qualities. She's just a brick. Okay? Or a sack of rocks. But yeah, good fiction should also have good weather. Um, you know, so, there should be rain. There should be clear days. There should be starry skies. There should be overcast. There should be storms. There should be snow. If you're in winter, that is. If you're not in winter, then maybe snow's unusual, but so, wildfires too. Why not wildfires? Make weather, seasons, show the change of the seasons. One of the most potent things you can do as an author is, if your book stretches over enough time, show seasonal change. The changing of the foliage. Where it goes from green to red to the leaves dropping. Scott Worthen. Dude, what sci-fi series comes close to putting adequate emphasis on weather than Herbert's Dune? It's only one climate on Arrakis. Okay. Hot and dry. Sandstorms, maybe. But yeah, that's an important feature of the book. It is an important feature of the book. Absolutely. So absolutely use climate change. And not just, I wouldn't say global warming or global cooling, but on more local levels. Rain, sun, sleet, snow, overcast, all of that stuff. Flash flooding.
What's happening now is the weather pattern is shifting.
Mm-hmm.
And we are getting warmer here.
Mm-hmm.
Other places are getting cooler.
Yeah.
So climate change is not going to make an entire ice age globally necessarily.
Well, it can. But that's up for you to decide what kind of climate change you want to write about. So, Jack Ray, flash flooding, Eeg, like this week, in Nepal, yeah, that was horrific. That was pretty bad. Well, we include flash flood in something that's being beta read right now. There's a flash flood in there. So, in our book 4 has all sorts of weather in it. Yeah, Edward Wilson says, please, yes, pray for Nepal. Absolutely pray for Nepal. Yeah, that was pretty bad. And very, very typical of a flash flood. Wadis are like, I've seen this many times where flooding like that in Nepal. You get that a lot in the Near East. So you do see these flash floods, and people have died from flash floods in the Near East. There was a pair of archaeologists who was checking out a wadi once in Israel, and they didn't even see the rain come. It just was a wash of water down the wadi, and they were dead.
Yeah.
So
the rain can be miles upstream.
Yeah, it could be miles upstream, and you don't even know it. Bubble Travel goes, it was a flash flood, but it wasn't typical. No, but it happens. This is actually, you don't see it so much in Nepal, but you do see this in other parts of the world where it is like that. So what was different about Nepal was not so much that there was a flash flood, it was the scale of it. It was the scale of it that made it different. Okay, moving on here. Andrew Graham, foodie question. Are Egyptian sweet beets part of an ancient Near East diet? No. The Egyptians did not have sweet beets. So that's not part of an Egyptian diet, at least not an ancient Egyptian diet. They're brought in from elsewhere, so that's not native to Egypt. Annie Manul asks, what kind of pizza are we going to order tonight? We'll probably order a supreme pizza and probably a pineapple. We both love supreme and pineapple, so probably one of each. Then we'll get pizza for tomorrow too. So, Raging Smurf asks, foodie question. What's the most exotic meat you've eaten? What is the most exotic meat I've eaten? Yeah. Okay. I've eaten camel. I have eaten alligator. I've eaten kangaroo. I've eaten moose. Probably the most exotic one is probably African perch. I've had horse too. Did not like kangaroo. Very tough, very gamey. Alligator was great. Absolutely fantastic. It was like fishy chicken. It was fantastic. I loved alligator. I'd eat that again any day. African perch was very different. I've eaten bison. Moose was very gamey, but I liked it. Bison was kind of tough. Did not care for it. Have not eaten hippo. African perch was very strange. Okay, but I thought was interesting. It was interesting because the flesh on it was bright pink. It was like Paraiba ruby pink, what they call pigeon blood pink. Very strange, very good though, delicious, absolutely delicious. Raging Smurf, bison is delicious. Bison burgers are okay. Bison steak, wasn't great. Canadians just can't stop with their war crimes. Pineapple is disgusting on pizza. Yes. Good times. Good times. Milo, I want to try fried tarantula. Nah. I've had some insects before. I've eaten crickets, food grade crickets. That's the key. Yeah, food grade insects I have no problem with. The problem is if you don't eat food grade insects, you can get really sick off of them. So, So you really have to be cautious about exactly what kind of insects you eat. If it's food grade, no problem. The problem is if you go to someplace like Thailand and you eat something there, you could get very sick because not all those insects are food grade. So, grasshoppers are kosher. Um, they're fine. They're delicious. I have no problem with them. Um, would I go out of my way to eat them? Probably not. All sorts of seafood, though. Oh yeah, seafood I'm totally into. Squid, octopus, oysters as long as they're cooked. I don't like raw oysters, but cooked oysters are delicious. Especially with butter and cheese on top. Oh, absolutely lovely. Uh, Salmon, trout, oh, just about any fish. Shark's delicious. Mahi mahi's delicious. Um, so soft shell crab is awesome. Um, yeah, soft shell crab is awesome. Hard shell crab is awesome. Dungeness, king crab, spider crab, uh, blue crab. Yeah, I'm starting to get iffy on the blue crabs. I know people love blue crabs, but there's not a lot of eating on a blue crab. I don't know why people are so in love with blue crabs. Um, but people are. Pufferfish I've never tried. I've never tried fugu. That's one I haven't done. Unknown quality. Been tempted and wanted to eat crawdads. Crawdads are delicious. Crawdads are good. Langostinos are good. Um, Prawns, tiger prawns are excellent. Very, very good. Yeah, crawdads are excellent. Lionfish I haven't tried, but I would definitely try it. Oh, they're a menace in the Caribbean. Oh, they're beautiful. Yeah, they're also absolutely eating up the coral reef in the Caribbean. Rich Adam, is seafood inexpensive in Canada? No, it's not. I wish it was. If it was inexpensive, I'd be eating it all the time. Used to be really inexpensive here. Um, yeah, it used to be really inexpensive. In fact, my I was raised on seafood because it was so inexpensive. It was less expensive than chicken. Now it's not, which is saying something because chicken has become super expensive too. So nothing is cheap anymore.
Yeah, that's the thing. There is no portion.
Yeah. Barracuda. Yes, I've had barracuda. Barracuda's good. Mackerel is excellent. I've had mackerel. Um, both are really delicious. Alaskan salmon. Oh yeah, absolutely. I've had all sorts of salmon. I've had salmon of every variety. Um, my dad used to buy it right off the docks, so I've had every kind of salmon. Lionfish is edible? Oh yeah, yeah, it's absolutely edible. It's delicious. Apparently, it's actually one of the. It's a very tasty fish. It just needs to be spear caught. Um, Pelican has picture says, I thought it'd be like pufferfish. No, no, it's not. It's not toxic like pufferfish, not in any way. Um, you just have to be careful not to get poked by the spines as you fillet it. But the meat itself, even is completely edible, and the internal organs has no toxins. So it's it's quite good. Apparently, I've never tried it though. Bubble Trouble says, I'll just stick to good old tuna. What type of tuna? There's many types. And some are real. Yellowtail tuna? Wow. Excellent. Especially raw. Oh my gosh. Yellowtail is just so delicious. Tao Chung goes, the best fish I had in broth is Chilean sea bass. It's good. Chilean sea bass is good, but it's expensive and hard to get now. Sea bass is one of those fish that have become overcaught. So, Tony G, swordfish steaks, excellent. Yeah. Sturgeon's good too. Sturgeon's good too. Andrew Graham, Bubble Trouble tuna has mercury in it. Every apex fed predator fish does. It's getting dangerous for humans. Again, limit your consumption. Any apex predator will have this, whether it's tuna, salmon, swordfish. Any apex predator will have this. Barracuda will be too. Unknown quality, since we're talking culinary treats, Tabasco sauce, yes or no? I'm going to say no. Not because I don't like hot sauce, it's because I don't like Tabasco sauce. I do love hot sauce. I'm all into the sriracha. I'm all into chili sauces. Tabasco sauce is just kind of it's kind of runny. I don't like runny sauces like that. Any hot sauce I want some control over. So I don't like hot sauces that get too runny. Yeah, Milo's got it right. Mercury isn't a problem unless you're eating large quantities of it. Yeah, exactly. Raging Smurf asks, random food question. Do you have that weird cilantro allergy that makes it taste like soap? I unfortunately do. No, I don't have that. I actually like cilantro. I enjoy it. Yeah, it's a genetic thing. It's a genetic quirk. Some people taste cilantro, and to them it tastes like soap. So yeah, I don't have that genetic quirk, so for me, cilantro tastes delicious. Yeah, the bunny loves it too. Tony G, steelhead trout. I've had steelhead. I prefer salmon. I'm not a huge trout fan. I don't really like trout that much. Very bony, very difficult to navigate around the bones on a trout. Not worth it in my opinion. I'd rather eat something with a less bones or more flavor. Okay? If there's going to be bones, I want there to be a taste payoff at the end, and trout just doesn't seem to do it for me. Steelhead, again, it's got the boniness of the trout. It's got red flesh like a salmon. It's just, again, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to eat the salmon instead. Milo goes, it's like cyanide in almonds. You get sick from eating too many almonds before you get cyanide poisoning. There's two kinds of almonds too. The domesticated sweet almond does not have much. It's the cyanide is a trace. You're more likely to, as you said, get sick from the almonds before it's cyanide poisoning. Bitter almonds is different. Bitter almonds is actually illegal in many states because of its cyanide content. So, it again depends on the almond. It's fine. Almonds have sweet almonds have so little cyanide, it doesn't even register. you can cook it with almond flour and it'll just cook off. It's trace amounts. It's trace amounts. And that's because sweet almonds have been bred over thousands of years. So Raging Smurf. It's like bananas. Technically, they're radioactive from potassium, but you need thousands to die from radiation sickness. Yeah. Tony G, tilapia still on the menu if you can afford it. Yeah, tilapia. I still eat tilapia if I can, but it's very expensive to get. Baza is more affordable than tilapia at this point. Unknown Quality asks, what is the absolute earliest civilization we have decent evidence of? Depends. It's going to depend how you define civilization. Do you just mean the process of forming civilization, where you defy a natural limitation, or do you mean the building of a culture? Those are two different definitions of civilization. At the very most, I mean, frankly, we have civilization going back millions of years. Okay. And that, what we mean by that is, yeah, people would take ostrich shells, empty out the contents, and use it to transport water. We do find remains of that, and those are millions of years old. So, stone tools, definitely 1.5 million plus years old. So, these are attempts by mankind to overcome natural limitations. So that is what's usually meant by civilization. Now, if you are talking about the building of culture, that would probably go back to some of the civilizations in Turkey that go back 20,000 or more years old. So it's all going to depend on how you're defining civilization as. So, hope that helps. Tony G, Otzi Man. No, there's stuff that's way older. Gobekli Tepe is older than Otzi Man. Gobekli Tepe is a lot older than that. Gobekli Tepe is at least 12,000 BC. So Otzi Man's about 6. So Tattoo's a dude. The Silurians were first. Hey, works for me. Where are the Most High? Would God during the millennial reign or after let us go back in time and explore the ancient Earth? Probably not. God does seem to adhere to certain rules of causality. And one of those limitations of causality seems to be the ability to go back in time. Time for us is going forward. So that would break a fundamental rule of causality. So I don't think God, during millennial reign or after, would let us go back in time and explore ancient Earth. However, that wouldn't prevent us, during the millennial reign, of bringing, say, some of the ancient Earth back to the millennial reign. And what I mean by that is by the rewilding of certain sections of Earth, where you genetically create organisms. We aren't going to lose any of that technology during the millennial reign. All that technology of genetic tampering of or recreation of ancient organisms is still going to be with us. That knowledge is not going to be lost during the millennial reign. So there is that potential of basically taking prehistoric animals and rewilding the earth during the millennial reign. So God may not let us go back in time, but he probably isn't going to prevent us from rewilding the earth in the way that it might have been before. So, hope that helps. Okay. Ed Wilson says, last question that I have to watch on the save stream later, since I'm going to bed, sleep. Could God, at least theoretically, show us what the past was like, as if it is a documentary movie? Sure, he could show us. Nothing stopping him from doing that. He wouldn't let us visit it because that would be a causality issue, but there's nothing preventing him from showing us. You know, running the greatest hits of the Jurassic period, sure. Yeah, nothing preventing him from doing that. So, just like, for example, Satan showed Christ all the cultures of the earth while he was at the same time on the pinnacle of the temple, God could show us what it was like in the Jurassic period, the Cretaceous period, the Triassic period, all that stuff. So, yeah, it's possible. Could be done. God, and that would not violate God's causality in any way. Annie Manuel asks, what's the difference between a Satan and a demon? Okay. These are different jobs, essentially. A Satan is an adversary, okay? And it's not necessarily capitalized either. A Satan is an adversary. A demon is a doer, okay? A demon is a spirit that does something, causes something, affects something. Basically, a job to do. Satan is a spirit that opposes. So that's the fundamental difference between a Satan and a demon. One causes a roadblock for a human. The other one does something to a human. So, Jack Ray. Get back to work. Get back to your job, demon. No slacking off.
No, we want slackers. We seriously want slackers.
Yeah, we want them to slack off. It'd be do us better if they slacked off. Unknown Quality asks, did ancient Egyptians actually worship cats, or is that more of some weird Hollywood twist? They worshiped cat goddesses. That they did. Goddesses like Sekhmet, Bastet, they did worship that. Cats themselves were not worshipped, but they were seen as the eyes and ears of the goddesses. Okay? So, if you see a cat as an ancient Egyptian, you would say that was the eyes and ears of Bastet. Okay? So, you might have thought you were being watched by the goddess if there happened to be a cat around. Okay? So, so they didn't worship cats, although they did mummify cats. So if a cat was found dead on the street, what they would do is they'd mummify it in as a homage to the goddess, but it wasn't that they worshipped them per se. So The dude's a dude. So we can't meet our Neanderthal ancestors? Probably not. No. Not unless they're in heaven with us. Raging Smurf. So technically, they would understand the logic of orange cats being collective hive mind. Laugh out loud.
Do you have a super chat from John?
Yes, we do. We haven't got to it yet. Oh, we'll take it now then. Sorry, John. We'll take it right now. For 20 Canadian, thank you very much for the super chat. It was great seeing you this week. Glad we could get together and meet. He says, we are processing chickens in the morning. What references are there to chickens in the Bible? I could do you good bison steaks on the farm. Never eat raw oysters. Bison steaks, okay. I'd love to do good bison steaks. I don't think there's any references to chicken in the Bible. Just do a quick check here. I do not think there's any. Except to hens. There is a hen. No chicken, but I know there's a reference to hens. All right, there are some to hens. Let me see here. Yeah, Matthew 23:37. O Jerusalem, O Jerusalem, the city that kills the prophets and stones those who sent it. How often would I gather your chicken together as a hen gathers her brood under her wings? And would you not? Okay, so we got that one. Similar in Luke 13:34. Let's see, rooster. Let's get the back to the NASB here, because rooster. Oh. Okay. Proverbs 30:30 says the strutting rooster, the male goat also, and the king with his army. So we have it in Proverbs. Jesus says, truly I say to you, this very night before the cock crows, you shall deny me 3 times. So the rooster plays a big role here in the crucifixion scene. One of the things we do find is that in the case of, say, chickens, they're not really called chickens. They're called hens. They're called cocks or roosters. So that's what you're going to get. That's as close as you're going to get to that. Already in the Iron Age, they're importing chickens from China. So in the Iron Age, the perhaps post-exilic period, chickens are being imported from China into Palestine. You also find that the Romans are big on chickens. Romans are very big on chickens. Romans imported a lot of chickens. So what started as sort of a trickle during, say, the post-exilic period ends up being sort of an inrush of these imported birds from China during the Roman period. So there's a lot. There isn't that many references to chickens. There's one other reference to chickens inside. I think it's the Proverbs. Psalm 91:4 has this too. He will cover you with his pinions, and under his wings will you seek refuge. His faithfulness, and this is a reference to chickens as well. That's eagles. That's doves. Yeah. So the other one you'll find is in Psalm 94 verse 191 verse 4. So that's what you'll find as far as the um as any reference to chickens. That's as close as you're going to get. And again, you see the importation of chickens in the late Iron Age, post-exilic period. That's when it starts. But you don't find any real reference to that earlier than that. Roman era, that's when, say, the Romans just go crazy and import just tons and tons of chicken from China. So hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and hope you have a very good morning processing those chickens. Thank you so very much. Okay. We'll also take the other super chat that's lingering too from Baron St. Vaughn here for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hey Doc, in light of the Joe Smith news, what are your thoughts on things like Zayton apparition, and Eucharistic miracles? Okay. The Zaytuan apparition is an apparition that happened in Egypt. Basically, the claim is that the Virgin Mary appeared on the steeple of a church, a Coptic Orthodox church. It strikes me as St. Elmo's fire. That one looks incredibly to me like St. Elmo's fire. The blue discharge of the supposed robes of it. That one looks entirely to me like St. Elmo's fire. Okay. Eucharistic miracles, to me, that has always struck me as junk science. Now, what's a Eucharistic miracle? It's the idea that someone did the Eucharistic ritual and the blood, the wine really turned to blood. And the bread really turned to flesh, meat. I think that those are junk science. I've never seen a Eucharistic miracle that to me was compelling. Raging Smurf says, one of the issues with Eucharistic miracles is that many of the studies were either inconclusive or chain of custody and separation of records are multiple centuries. Yeah, I think this is just... I don't think there's warrant for the Eucharistic miracles. I wouldn't condemn anyone who believes them, but I don't find them compelling myself. And I don't find the Zaytun miracles to be apparitions to be compelling either. So I'm going to have to give this one a miss. I just don't find either one of those compelling. Algot Robertson asks the question: mainline Christianity is dying because of mainline Christianity dying because of falling birth rates? Does it also mean that sex has been blessed by God, like the mainline Lutheran Swedish Church has 1 to 2 kids, but Lestadian has 5 to 10 kids? I mean, you can keep a denomination alive for a while by birth rates, but you're not going to keep it going forever by birth rates. And I don't think mainline Christianity is dying because of falling birth rates. I think it's dying because of its bad theology. It's atrocious theology. I mean, let's face it, a lot of theology of mainline Christianity is very liberal. It's very liberal. It stands for nothing. It doesn't even know how to be Christian anymore. So, you wouldn't be able to tell mainline Christianity from a lot of Buddhism. It looks the same. You know,
If you took the label off and
you
just
took the
put
label
on-
off and put them side by side, you wouldn't see any difference between Buddhism and mainline Christianity. You know, so you know if there's nothing distinct about it, people aren't going to hang around. So I think that I mean, frankly, um, there's a lot of a lot of sects that are growing right now are more in opposition to to um uh to those, say, falling birth rates. So I mean, let me give you a counterexample here. Uh, Mormons reproduce more than anybody. Okay, I mean they're very big on big families. Okay, their numbers are dropping. Their numbers are dropping right now. Praise God for that. But yeah, Mormons produce lots and lots and lots of kids. Their numbers are right now falling. The church is actually diminishing numbers. Okay? So, you know, it has very little to do with falling birth rates or rising birth rates. It has more to do with what is the message you're trying to transmit. So in the case of mainline Christianity, it's an aging population. Mainline Christianity right now, the average age of somebody in mainline Christianity is 60. Okay, why is it 60? Is it because of those people didn't reproduce? No, they all had kids. They just don't attend. So, you know what? That's not a dying birth rate. That's a problem with the theology. So, you know, just because you have kids does not mean they're going to stay in the faith. Any faith. So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. But it's really not birthright. It's really theology that keeps people in. Okay. Inequality asks, have you ever read the Didache? If so, what are your thoughts on it? Um, my thoughts on it, it's a early 2nd century document. Um, it's basically a guide on how to run a church. Okay? Uh, it's interesting. It's an interesting cultural artifact of early Christianity. It's an important document. I wouldn't try to run a church by it these days, but it's worth reading. I've read it myself, and it's definitely worth reading. So, yeah, if you haven't read it, give it a read, but don't try to model a church after it. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Milo asks a question. Have you ever heard of American fearsome critters? My favorite is the Tripodero. Tripodero? Nope. Don't know what that is. Do you know what that is? Don't know. Don't know what that is. All right. Civis asks, is reading an interlinear Bible an effective way to learn Hebrew? No, it's not. It's a very ineffective way to learn Hebrew. Interlinear libraries will change the order of words to fit the English. Interlinear Bibles won't teach you how Hebrew is pronounced. It won't teach you the grammar. It won't teach you the vocabulary. It won't teach you the conjugations or the cases. It won't teach you anything you actually need to read Hebrew. Mama says that's a weird reference to weird critters from the States in the USA. Okay. No, I haven't heard of that one. I used to be into cryptozoology, just as a guilty pleasure. So the fact I haven't heard of that, don't know what that is. Bubble Trouble asks, although it's spiritually illegal, would you want the ability to talk to spirits? Could be interesting. It could be interesting. I mean, it just... would I want to do it? Sure. As I said, be interesting to do. Wouldn't take it for... I'd take any conversation I had with them with the proverbial grain of salt. Just like talking to somebody on ham radio, I'd take with the proverbial grain of salt. I kind of treat it like that. So, you know, I've got my ham radio here. You know, I'll talk to somebody on my ham radio. And I'll take that with the proverbial grain of salt. Talking to a spirit critter? Sure, that'd be interesting. Just like talking to somebody on ham radio out in Alberta. But, you know, I wouldn't basically give it any warrant. Mama says, there's a Bigfoot museum not far from us. Ooh, ooh, I hope you go. Just to say you've been there. Oh, boy. Scott Worthen, wouldn't be a sin if it... We all want pictures from the Bigfoot Museum. Mrs. Producer wants pictures from the Bigfoot Museum.
We have a tab for museums.
We do have a channel for museums on the Discord. We want pictures from the Bigfoot museums.
It's been, you know, really famous.
The family doing the selfie around the Bigfoot mock-up. the 8-foot Bigfoot mock-up. We want to see the family picture around the
I'm hoping if they want to even keep their images on Discord channels, but definitely send me a private message.
We all want to see the pictures of the Bigfoot, the family picture around the Bigfoot. Mama says, I think Milo took some photos. That would be awesome. Awesome. Okay, moving on. The Count of Marcy, the Tripodero, Latin Collapsiformis geocatapeltes, is a creature that draws its roots from the North American lumberjack oral traditions. Yeah, I that's one I've never heard of. Honestly, I've never heard of that. Andrew Graham, is Bigfoot still being sighted today? Oh yeah, there's sightings. Yep. People still report sightings of Bigfoot.
Where's your selfies?
Where's the selfies? I mean, I knew a guy who saw Bigfoot in Illinois. Yeah, sure. He saw it on a back road in Illinois. So.
When you think about the gorilla,
Mm-hmm.
the first descriptions of gorillas.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, some people thought gorillas were. It was once a cryptid. Yeah.
Man-like face covered in.
Oh yeah, people thought it was fictional. Yeah. Mama goes, does Twilight get anything right about vampires? Not a thing. Doesn't get a single thing right about vampires. Uh, People who are really, really into vampire lore, and we know several of them, sort of exclude Twilight from it's not even discussed except in derision. It's outside of the canon of what would be called proper vampire literature. So, in fact, if you hang around a vampire, say, so they're not sparkly. Oops. Uh, uh, yeah. Basically, if you talk to people who are really into vampire literature and cinema, they classify the vampires from Twilight as fairies.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're more classified in fairy literature than they are in actual vampire.
Because fairies are actually a lot of strains of fairies are actually bloodthirsty.
Yeah, a lot of fairies do drink blood. So,
glowing disco vampires.
glowing disco vampires. Yeah, vampires, real true vampires, do not twinkle in sunlight. They sleep during the day. They sleep during the day. They go out at night. They're walking cadavers. They don't socialize.
They wouldn't go to high school for 100 years.
Going to high school for 100 years, if that wasn't creepy enough. Yeah.
I mean, how many of us couldn't wait to get out of high school?
Yeah, as I say, most people who really are in deep into vampire literature really consider Twilight to be fairies. Because in classical vampire lore, vampires are predators. They're not heroes. They're not anti-heroes. They're predators.
Tinkerbell is a nasty creature.
Andrew goes, you destroyed Tinkerbell for me, laugh out. Oh, Tinkerbell's nasty. Oh, wow. Yeah, Tinkerbell is really nasty. Oh yeah, she fits into that lore really well. Oh yeah. Tinkerbell is really.
Tinkerbell keeps trying to kill Wendy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tinkerbell keeps trying to kill Wendy. Yeah, Tinkerbell's not good. She's not a nice person. Oh yeah, Tinkerbell is.
Never believe Disney version.
Yeah, don't believe. Yeah, don't believe the Disney version of Tinkerbell.
We were asked if we have a favorite vampire movie.
John asks, do we have a favorite vampire movie or novel?
Those in the Dark.
What We Do in the Dark is really funny. It's a vampire. It was first a vampire movie. It became a televised series. I haven't seen the televised series yet. I have it, but I haven't watched it. The movie's very good. What We Do in the Dark, very good. Low budget but quality vampire movie. If you want a really serious vampire movie, Let the Right One In. Okay, Let the Right One In, the Swedish version. Okay, not the American version. Do not watch the American version. The American version's crud. The American version or the Swedish version of Let the Right One In will leave you disturbed. It'll leave you disturbed. Okay? Abducula. Night Stalker was eh. It was okay. It was okay.
Interview with a Vampire actually turned out to be a good movie.
Yeah, Interview with a Vampire was okay.
We all thought it was going to be trash. Starting it.
Yeah.
Actually did a good job.
Banicula.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, What We Do in the Shadows is very good. What We Do in the Shadows is very good. Sorry, I think we said What We Do in the Dark, but it's What We Do in the Shadows. Yeah, that one is very good. Banicula gets a oh, those poor carrots. Raging Smurf says True Blood show was good in my honest opinion, and showing how savage and dangerous millennial old apex predators were act if their existence became known to the greater public. It was okay. I'll say that True Blood was okay. But I do prefer Let the Right One In. I think that's a more serious approach to vampires. Night Stalkers was okay too, but I prefer Let the Right One In. Let the Right One In, very good. What We Do in the Shadows is very good.
What do you think of Bram Stoker's Dracula?
Bram Stoker's Dracula, not so much Bram Stoker. Yeah, they tried to get that unknown quality. How about the 1931 Bela Lugosi Dracula? Not as good as the 1920s version of Nosferatu. Nosferatu was actually better. Nosferatu was really good. It's a silent version of Dracula. But it was actually, in my opinion, better than Bela Lugosi's Dracula. What's his name? Guy who Christopher Lee version of Dracula was actually decent. Yeah, the Christopher Lee version of Dracula was decent. Is there consensus that Vampire Diaries was awful? Yeah, it was pretty bad. Yeah. Bubble Trouble. I really like Cirque du Freak's spin on vampires. Stuck with what vampires actually are without adding much bloated plot armor that help the plot float. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, Cirque du Freak, yeah, I can see that. Deduza Dude says Underworld was entertaining, as was Blade. Yeah, but that's kind of a slick version of vampires that I don't know. Yeah.
Which recent Renfield movie?
Oh, there was a movie on Renfield. Yeah, I haven't watched. I think I did watch it once, but I didn't stick with me. Mama says Bomb Papa saw Bram Stoker's Dracula movie. He said he would never watch it again. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Most of us counted how many times Keanu Reeves slipped in and out of an English accent.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves slipping in and out of English accent did break the did break the fourth wall a lot.
Oh, the TV show Being Human. That was
yes, Being Human was interesting. Yeah, that one's good. That one is very good too. Again, the British one, not the American one. Yeah. Yeah. Unknown Quality. Thoughts on the man who inspired the vampire trope to begin with, Vlad Dracul? Actually, he was not who inspired it. You're gonna want to the the Vlad Dracul did not actually inspire the vampire trope. Really until Bram Stoker wrote his 1899 novel. Okay, it's Bram Stoker who fashioned that image out of Vlad Dracul by taking various mythologies that he collected as he traveled Europe. Okay, Bram Stoker was an agent for various thespians. So he would accompany these agents to their acting gigs, and as they traveled from city to city, he would investigate vampire lore at their local libraries. So he basically took a mishmash of vampire lore that already existed and sort of cobbled them together into Dracula. Actually, the modern vampire actually has more to do with Dom Calmet than it does with Bram Stoker. Dom Calmet was a Roman Catholic priest, monk, and librarian. He was also the guy that was sent to Maria Theresa to investigate the claims of vampirism that was happening within the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Okay? And Calmet wrote this exhaustive book on various vampire reports that had taken place in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It was Calmet that had more to do with the modern vampire trope than, say, Bram Stoker. Bram Stoker was aware of Calmet's work and really popularized it. But it was Calmet who basically recorded that trope. Now, what's interesting about Calmet, too, is he had a huge influence on biblical studies. A massive influence on biblical studies. He's the guy that came up with the grammatical historical method that's used across Protestantism and much of other Christianity as well. This whole idea that when you preach, interpret the Bible, you start with the grammar and the context, and then you move to the history. Okay? That was something that Dom Calmet came up with, but he also came up with the vampire trope. So, unknown qualities. So basically, the vampire trope is essentially based off a composite character. Oh yeah, yeah. Dom Calmet, brilliant. He was a brilliant guy. He had access to the largest library in Europe. Dude was a, I mean, he was a beast. He was a total intellectual Chad. I mean, the dude was a genius.
And you don't find him.
Yeah, you rarely hear about him. Yep.
You have really got to know what you're looking for. Maybe if you speak French. Maybe the French have more.
I don't know if the French know about him any more than anyone else do, but because it was so long ago. But yeah, check out Dom Calmet. Really, I mean, his books are just works of genius. They're works of genius.
What is it called in English? I used to go off my tongue. I used to know it more than any book. Spirit?
Oh, I can look it up. I think we have a copy of it in our library. We can get let's see. Books. Folklore. I have it in our folklore section.
Treatise on the apparitions of spirits and on them.
Treatise on the on the what? Treatise on the. I found it. I've got it here.
Yeah.
Dissertations. I actually have a copy of it right here. It's called, it's a French work. Dissertation sur l'apparition d'anges, des démons, des esprits et de les revenants et vampires. Des Hongrie, des Bohèmes, des Moravie, des Silefi. Okay, so
that is not that expensive on Amazon.
Oh no, you can get copies of it. Yeah, easily. It's out of its copyright, so I mean even the translations are out of copyright, so it's very easily available. So, yeah. Mama asks, have you seen Christopher Lee's portrayals? Just yes, I have. I think they're quite good. They're a different kind of portrayal. He's playing the more savage aspects of say Dracula, which is more in tune with the original book. The whole idea of Dracula being the suave, sophisticate is not found in the book. No, in Stoker's Dracula's a monster. He really is a monster. And Christopher Lee's portrayal has probably the best capture of the monstrous aspect found in the book. Dude, when are you narrating your second book for YouTube? Speaking of monstrous, I have a version of it that has been narrated by AI. I'm reviewing it. It's really bad and choppy, but it's probably going to be the best I can do for it. We don't know when we'll release it to YouTube. We'll probably release it first to members or to Patreons. And then maybe as we get closer to the release of book 4, we might release it to YouTube at that point. So that's kind of the plan for that. All right, let's move on here to the questions. So we're getting close to the end of the night here. Unknown quality, alligator pizza? Be no different than chicken or fish pizza. It'd probably be delicious. A fishy chicken pizza would be absolutely delicious. It'd be somewhere between a chicken pizza, Florentine pizza, and a anchovy pizza.
Yeah.
Be very good, actually.
I wonder if you can get it. Do they have alligators or crocodiles in Louisiana?
Both.
I get it in Louisiana, possibly in Florida.
Yeah, you could possibly get it in Florida or Louisiana.
Louisiana, that's the kind of thing they'd
have. Mama says, what if someone with a high quality mic and copy did it for you? It'd be a lot of work. Nobody realizes how much work that is until they do it. Yeah, nobody realizes how much work it takes to do it. I didn't realize how much work it did to do an audiobook until I did one myself. So, Louis Sandoval asks, does the spirit world heaven have a plant kingdom, plante, since they have fauna, which are spirit critters? If they do, we have no knowledge of that. There's no mention of any sort of plants or plant-like organisms in the spirit world. So if there is, we have no knowledge of it. Fauna, we have knowledge of. There's mentions of it all over the place, but of plants, we have no knowledge of that in the spirit world. So hope that helps. Thank you for the chat. Mama says, but it could be a great project for me. Really? Don't you have enough work with beta reading? Just saying. We might get that fifth book out more sooner than later too, so just keep that in mind. Okay. That guy who likes booze asks, was the war against Amalek only raged because of their battle with the Israelites during the wandering period, or was there more to this verse? 1 Samuel 15. There's more to it. Here's the thing. Amalek made it a pattern to attack the weak. And it wasn't just during the wandering period, they also did it otherwise too. So it was like when they saw the because one of the things about Amalek is Amalek tended to wander from its territory to raid and plunder others. So it wasn't just the battle with the Israelites during their time in the wilderness. It was elsewhere too. If it had just been what they had done during the wilderness period, that probably would have been settled by the destruction of the city in the Negev, but they were more into just plundering also. Anytime they saw weakness, so they were opportunists. And because they were opportunists, that sort of put them under the harem. So yeah, there was more to it. Amalek did not have lands of their own, really, other than what they could take. So, hope that helps. But thank you for the question. Jack Ray asks, why do people see Mary in Marian apparitions when the pictures don't make it clearly Marian? For example, Our Lady of Zaytun isn't even clearly a woman-looking image. I know. I don't see it either.
Because I see a rabbit in everything.
Yeah, so yeah, that was just one of those things that you don't see it. I don't see it, but again, these are people who are seeing something that is in the apparition. So again, who sees this, that's going to be held in the eyes of the beholder, but I don't see it. So I hope that helps. The guy who likes booze. I couldn't find much evidence online for your claim that the firstborn was the heir rather than the first biological child. Some more information could be appreciated. Okay, go to Isaac. Isaac and Ishmael. Who's the firstborn? Isaac. Who's the first who's the first biological child? Ishmael. There's your proof text right there. You can't claim if this is if the firstborn has to be the first biological child, then it's got to be Ishmael. If it's about the heir apparent, then it has to be Isaac. That's the proof text, and we do see this being referred to in other texts as well. We see this in a Mesopotamian texts where not necessarily the firstborn child is the firstborn. So, again, it's not about, guys, Octavius, aren't Joseph's sons also an example? Yeah, exactly. Manasseh is technically the firstborn. Who gets the inheritance? Ephraim. Look, even the sons of Jacob. Who is the firstborn? It's Reuben. Reuben is the firstborn. Who gets the double inheritance? Joseph. Joseph gets the firstborn. He's the designated inheritor. Yep. Another example, Mama says Jacob and Esau too. It can be transferred. Totally. Yeah, it can be transferred. The right of the firstborn can be transferred. You can be disqualified from it.
You also see that a lot in Roman law.
Yeah.
Very heavy Roman law if they think the firstborn doesn't have the moral character.
Yeah.
To run the family.
Yeah. Yeah, as the Mrs. Producer say, you see that heavily in Roman law too, where a firstborn son might not have the moral character to run the family. It could be transferred to another son. So this happened quite frequently. Yeah. So Gaius Octavius, it seems firstborn in the Bible have a habit of getting screwed over or causing their own ruin. Yeah. Yep, that happens. So absolutely, there's lots of evidence that this happened. And the heir's still gonna be called the firstborn, whether or not they're the first biological child or not. It's just something you find in a large variety of texts. So, okay, moving on here. We got a super chat here from BuzzFeed for $1.99. If Terah was Teru, who was the king of Egypt in Genesis 12? We don't know. Okay. The problem is there in Genesis 12, the Pharaoh of Abraham happens at a time when there's a lot of turnover in pharaohs. A lot of it. The one pharaoh we know that lived during the time of Abram was Neferhotep I of Dynasty 13. The problem with Dynasty 13 is there's a huge amount of turnover. There are many, I think Neferhotep I, what did he live, like 10, or he reigned for 10 or 11 years? Which was an exceptionally long reign for Dynasty 13. Yeah, he reigned for 11 years. But he's surrounded by kings that reigned 3 and 4 years. And this is one of the peculiarities of Dynasty 13, is there's so much turnover of kings in that time. It's just impossible to say who was in charge when Abraham. We don't know the reason. We don't know if it's the volatile times, if it's harem conspiracies, if it's coups. We don't know the reason. We don't know if they got eaten by crocodiles, but yeah. So we have no idea why there was so much turnover in Dynasty 13. We just happen to know there was. So whenever people ask me about Genesis 12, the Pharaoh in Genesis 12, we just have to say we don't know. It just isn't clear why there was that much. There might have been even agreement of sharing, throne sharing. That's even possible. Where you had several claimants to a throne, and they just decided to share between them. So nobody knows. BuzzFeed also for $1.99. Thank you for super chat. And he asks, who are your preferred identifications for Nimrod? Nobody. Nimrod is an amalgamated character. Okay? He's a literary amalgamation. Now, what is a literary amalgamation? A literary amalgamation is when the deeds of several kings are mashed together to form one literary unit. Okay? We do find literary amalgamations in the Bible. The so-called oppression pharaoh of Exodus chapter 1 is not one pharaoh. It's many pharaohs that have been mashed together to create a literary figure. Almost is like Dracula. Yeah, yeah, like Dracula. But if you look at the cities that Nimrod was said to found, like Kelna and Assur and those other cities, those cities are the foundation of those cities is separated by 1,000 or more years. It can't be the same person founding all those cities. So what we have in, say, with the with Nimrod is we have several literary figures being mashed together to create one character, literary character that the Bible can treat as a literary unity. So that's what's happening with Nimrod. This is why nobody can really identify him, because there's such divergent evidence that points to this being many people. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. He says, I agree, although I think Nimrod is Sargon and subsequent Akkadian kings like Nerms. Maybe, but Nimrod, Sargon didn't found a lot of those cities. Many of the cities predate Sargon. And definitely predate Nerm's sin. Sargon's very late for the foundation of like Kalna. So, you know, so it's not Sargon per se, but it's Sargon-like figures. So, has Kelna been located? Yeah, it has been. It has been even excavated. So, you can find I think you can find the archaeological reports online. So, I think also Akkad has been located too. So I don't think those are really any mysteries. Some of them have gone through site proofing. Some of them haven't gone through extensive excavation, but there have been some that have been. I know Kalna has been discovered, and I think Akkad has been too. All right, moving on. We're getting close to the end of the night here, so. Unknown Quality asks, Christian Zionism has become a big factor of late. It's become a divisive issue. What's your post on this? The Bible says pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Pray for the peace of the world. Okay, and I don't think you need to go any further than that. I don't think you should become a tool of the modern state of Israel or for Orthodox Judaism. Orthodox Judaism is not Christianity. It works counter to Judaism or to Christianity. There is we pray for them. We pray for them to come to Messiah. And I think there's there's an imperative to do so. So, I think the people of Israel deserve to have a homeland of their own. And I think we can support them in that. You don't have to buy everything they do to support that they need a homeland, that they need the protection against their enemies. I think that's perfectly a reasonable thing. But you don't have to drink the whole Kool-Aid either. So, again, common sense is the priority here. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. The guy who likes booze. What was the sin of Aaron? Leviticus 10. All right, let's pull that up. All right, Leviticus 10. All right. Now, let's take this from verse 1 here. Now, Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, took their respective fire pans and put fire in them, placed incense on it, and offered strange fire before the Lord, which he had not commanded them. Okay, that's sin number 1. Okay, there's another one, though. Let's see if I can find it here. See here, so it's in Leviticus. Numbers. Okay. Numbers 4 is the second sin. 4, 6. Or 5. We'll start at 5 here. When the camp set out, Aaron and his sons shall go in, and they shall take down the veil and screen, and cover the ark of the testimony with it. And they shall take a covering of porpoise skin on, and shall spread out a cloth of pure blue, and shall insert its poles. What are you supposed to do with the poles? You're supposed to leave them in the ark. The sons of Aaron had removed the poles from the Ark of the Covenant. That's a no-no. Okay? So, it's a double offense. Numbers 4 indicates the first offense, which is they would routinely remove the poles when it is forbidden to remove them. And you can go back to Exodus 25 for that. And you shall make poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold. You shall put the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark and carry the ark. The poles shall remain in the rings of the ark. They shall not be removed from it.
So
Oops.
Sits there while it's being stored, just with the poles.
It's when it sits there in the tabernacle, the poles are in the sockets. That's where it should be. Okay? So, yes, definitely that's the double sin. The sin is the strange fire. And what's strange fire? It's fire that's made outside using materials that are not ritually pure. Okay? That's strange fire. So they go outside the tabernacle, or they bring materials, impure materials, into the tabernacle area to create the fire. One common material that was used to create fire that was ritually impure was dung. That's strange fire. When you create a fire out of ritually impure materials. Okay? So what they had done, offense number 1, they removed the poles from the ark. And they kept them away from the ark when at rest. The other sin was strange fire versus per Leviticus 10:1. And that strange fire is making fire out of ritually impure materials, like dung. So that's why they get zapped or burnt to a crisp. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Okay. Mama goes, they did it their way. Yes, they did. They definitely did it their way.
The Old Testament is pretty much
Yep.
You do it his way.
Yep.
You don't get to pick and choose.
Yeah. The Catswee says, where in the Bible is it talks about adult stuff outside of marriage? The New Testament. You'll find this. And 1 Corinthians 6:9. Okay? Or do you not know that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, or asexuals, nor thieves, nor covetousness, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers shall inherit the kingdom of God. Okay? Fornication is the act of having sexual relations outside of a marital bond. Adulterer is somebody who has sexual relations with somebody not your wife while having a marital bond. Okay? And asexuals is having sexual relations with someone of the same gender. So that's where you find it. 1 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 9 and 10. So it's there. It's there. Yeah. Mama says, do not be deceived. Yeah. Okay, and we're just wrapping it up here. I think we're almost at the end. Which is cool because I want pizza. I'm not going to take the question right now on the identity of Darius the Mede because there's a lot involved with that. That's a complicated question. Ask it another night because send it in early. Send that question early because there's a lot involved in that.
Like Thursday.
Yeah, send this one in like Monday or Tuesday when we first get the live stream up because again, there's a lot involved with that question. The Count of Marcy. Is there a difference between a pharaoh and a king? Is one a religious leader and the other the ruler of the nation, or both at once? For Egypt, the king and pharaoh were both the same as far as their roles. The king of Egypt was both king of the ruler of the nation and the high priest over every cult in Egypt. So there's no difference between the roles of a pharaoh and a king. Pharaoh is just a title. It's a title that's applied to the king from Tutmosis III onward. But there's no actual difference between the two as far as their roles, as far as Egyptian kings were concerned, or Egyptian pharaohs were concerned. So they were exactly the same. So it's just a matter of titles. Scott Worthen asks, does the etymology of Jerusalem come from the name City of Peace? Sorta. Okay, the etymology comes from the Canaanite Urushalem. Okay, City of Shalem. Now, who or what is Shalem? Shalem is the god of peace. Okay, it is actually named after a Jebusite deity. The Jebusite deity being Shalem. And the deity was the deity of peace. So, is it the city of peace? Well, sorta. It's also named after a deity too. So it's a bit of both. It's yes and. Definitely yes and. And then we got the final question here. And this will be the last question tonight, unless a super chat comes in. The 18th dynasty was when the pharaoh title was established by the Egyptian king. Correct? Correct. And it happens during the reign of Tutmosis III. So, so that happened during the reign of Tutmosis III when Per became that title that was also applied to the king. Now, here's something that's often said that's incorrect about this. Okay, we're gonna clear up something else too. That that pharaoh meant big house and it was used previously as big house. You don't find that in Egyptian texts. Okay, while Per means great house, you don't find that used in Egyptian texts prior to Tutmosis III. So it was coined at the same time as it was used as the title for the pharaoh. Okay? So it's one of those things that you don't find prior to Tutmosis III, but it's also one of those things that didn't really refer to the pharaoh's household. Okay? So, and I've often seen this because it's a kind of etymological fallacy. It's a kind of etymological fallacy where people say, oh, the etymology means big house. Okay, so it must have been big house prior to it being a title. No, that's not how it actually worked. How it actually worked was Pharaoh had the big house, so they called it the big house and called Pharaoh, give that title to him. It's more direct as far as its etymological history. Gaius Octavius asks, why would they want to be called Great House? Because it implied that Pharaoh had a lot of backing. Okay, it's a word of power. It's like, I'm gonna use an analogy from science fiction here. House Harkonnen, House Atreides. Okay. Yes, there's a guy named Atreides, but he's House Atreides. He's House Harkonnen. Okay? It's the idea that there's more backing these people than just one individual. That there's a whole conglomerate, basically a power base backing them up. So when the king is called the Great House, it's more than just, say, yeah, a big chalet. Okay? It's more than a mansion. It's not really the mansion at all. It's the power base of people supporting that king. So I hope that answers your questions. Thank you very much. And we're going to call it a night too. So that's going to be it for us too, because I'm getting really, really hungry here. And I have to still wait 30 minutes for pizza to arrive. So we're just going to call it a night here. We want to thank everyone who supported us through your super chats and your donations through PayPal. We really, really appreciate it. It keeps the channel going. We also want to thank those who hit that like and subscribe button and watch our videos. We also want to thank those who are Patreon and our YouTube membership supporters, because you keep the equipment running. And I'm going to grab this one last time to pitch it. Yeah. We also want to encourage you that, if you haven't bought it already, please buy our now award-winning novel, Lord of Steel and Sky. And please leave a review on Amazon, because those reviews really, really help us a lot. So with that said, thank you so much for watching. We're glad you could be with us tonight. And we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.